Good evening to everyone. I would like to call the November 25th, 2024 City Council meeting to order and welcome everyone. First, I would like to invite Pastor Dunham from Great Harvest Global Ministries up to give us the invocation. Welcome, ma'am. If I could have everyone stand.
Greetings to all from Greater Harvest Global. Let us pray. Heavenly Creator, Divine Spirit, Source of wisdom, we gather here today in the spirit of unity, seeking guidance and strength as our elected officials convene for the betterment of Fayetteville. We ask for clarity of thought, purpose, that each decision made in this meeting reflects the best interests of all of our citizens. May those who lead us be endowed with wisdom, compassion, and integrity. Grant them the ability to listen deeply to the voices of the community, valuing the diversity of perspectives that enrich our city. Inspire collaboration among the council and the mayor, fostering an environment of honor, respect, and dignity. Let us remember our shared commitment to serve with humility and grace, ensuring that every action today contributes to the common good. May our decisions be fruitful, our intentions be pure, and our outcomes beneficial for every individual who calls Fayetteville their home. In the spirit of cooperation and respect for all beliefs, we ask for blessings upon this gathering. May our hearts remain open, our minds remain aligned with the vision of this thriving city. We can do well. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor. Would you please tell us a little bit about your ministry and how long you've been in it so
Yes.
we can tell the whole city of Fayetteville?
Again, good evening to everyone. I am Lakeisha Dunham. The name of the ministry is Greater Harvest Global Ministries. We were incorporated in 2010, October exactly, and we became 501c3 November of 2012. We are located at 450 Robeson Street, so just a few blocks over, right across from Hubbard Pipe and right beside Mayflower, at the intersection of Italy and Robeson Street. And our vision is to empower lives and disciple souls from the Holy Bible, Matthew chapter 10 and Matthew chapter 28, verses 19 through 20. We're diverse. We are getting back in the swing of things from the pandemic, and we're just in the heart of Fayetteville to serve the community, just whatever we can do.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have some announcements that I would like to make. First of all, I would like to have Miss Fayetteville, Jada Johnson, to come up, and Miss Fayetteville Teen, Jenna Grace Nance. These young ladies represented us very nicely at the Miss North Carolina pageant, so we are very proud of them. So I'll let you speak and tell us who you are and what your CIS is and all that good stuff.
Well, hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here tonight. My name is Janae Johnson, and I'm your current Miss Fayetteville. My community service initiative is called Power of Voice, and with this initiative, I equipped young women with the tools they need to find the power that their voice holds. And I hope that they use this voice to positively impact their communities. So far, I've been able to visit some of the high schools here in Cumberland County and really teach the young women not only how much power their voice holds when we're talking to other people, but when we're talking to them ourselves. Thank you so much for having me tonight.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jenna Grace Nance, and I am Miss Fayetteville's teen. I attend Grace Creek High School, and I am 16 years old. My CSI is Freedom to Be Kind. My main initiative is to encourage people to always choose kindness, and that is our right, and it is to exercise it every single day with no matter who you're talking to or what circumstance that you're in. I think tonight's a great night for me to be here because I'm a proud member of the Lumbee Tribe of North Carolina, and they are here tonight to be recognized. So thank you so much for having me, and thank you for all you do for the community.
And if you stay right there, we'll get a picture. Councilmember Banks McLaughlin.
It's not on. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This proclamation is for the Native American Heritage Month. If you guys can stand up and come to the podium.
Come on, I don't mind. I think.
Whereas Native American Heritage Month is observed by acknowledging the contributions of Native Americans long before the formation of the United States, which we recognize and inextricably woven into the history of this country. And whereas the contributions of American Indians have enhanced the freedom, prosperity, and greatness of the American today. Their customs and traditions are respected and celebrated as part of a rich legacy throughout the United States. And whereas Native Americans Awareness Week began in 1976 and recognition was expanded by Congress and approved by President George H.W. Bush in August 1990, designated the month of November as a National American Indian Heritage Month, and whereas we are aware of the historical importance of local and national tribes and the way Native Americans continue to enrich our heritage and add to all aspects of our society by sharing their customs and traditions. And whereas the city of Fayetteville recognizes the strength and resilience of the Native American people and honor the tribal nations that continue to thrive today, and recognize their contributions historically. And whereas the city of Fayetteville recognizes the cultural, political, and social ways in which Native Americans contribute to this diverse community and our society in general. And now, therefore, I, Mitch Colvin, Mayor of the city of Fayetteville, North Carolina, and on behalf of City Council, do hereby honorably proclaim the month of November as Native American Heritage Month. In the city of Fayetteville, North Carolina, a time to celebrate the rich cultures of Native American people, honor their sacrifice, knowledge, and unique challenges Native Americans face, historically and present, and recognize their continued significance in our community. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause the great seal of the city of Fayetteville to be affixed this 25th day of November 2024.
Thank you, Council, for acknowledging us today. On behalf of the Lumbee Tribe, I give you guys thanks.
So before we get started on the city manager's report. On behalf of the council and I, we would like to wish everybody a happy and healthy Thanksgiving, and please be safe if you are traveling to see loved ones, and don't eat too much turkey because we have Christmas along the way. All right, so I will go to city manager.
Mayor Pro Tem, Shanti, are you here? Yes, I'm sorry. I've asked friends from Cool Spring to come and give council an update on our New Year's Eve celebration, as well as any other festivities we have through the remainder of the year. Ms. Bennett, thank you.
So before she gets started, I want to ask you a question. How many of you put on the New Year's Eve celebration?
I'm sorry, repeat that question?
How many of you, start to finish, start on the New Year's Eve celebration in the Cool Springs district? I think there's 2 or 3 of you.
There will be 3 of us. There are 3 of us.
So if you have ever come to see our New Year's Eve celebration, I want you to know that there is 3 women doing all that work. So before she even starts, we're going to give her a hand. So thank you for everything that y'all done.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Hi, everybody. Glad to be here. My name is Ashanti Bennett. I am the Director of Special Projects for Cool Spring Downtown District. We are very excited to bring back the 4th annual Night Circus, a District New Year's Eve spectacular. This year, we have announced our bands for that event. Very excited to have Arrested Development and Diggable Planets, 2 amazing bands from the late 90s, early aughts, but, you know, not a typical hip-hop group, either of them sort of jazz musicians, all sorts of genres that they brought together to create this really unique sound, so we are looking forward to a really great party. Included with that, we've just completed auditions for local talent to join us, so we'll be reviewing all of those submissions this week and announcing those to folks hopefully before Thanksgiving, but it likely will be next week as well. All of the things that you're used to seeing at the Night Circus, if you haven't been, we bring in performers, we have fire dancers and jugglers and LED performers, we have food trucks and live art. It is a huge circus event. There is also a champagne toast at midnight. Our Councilwoman Jensen was able to do the countdown for us on the very first year, so I'm sure there'll be a little jockeying to see who gets to do the countdown this year, but, you know, she's good with the microphone, so we'll see how that works out. If you've been downtown in the last week or 2, you've probably noticed some of the decorations that have gone up around town. Thanks to the city's partnership with Cool Spring, we've been able to bring a lot of large-scale decor downtown, so if you've driven around, especially at night, because everything is lit up, it brings this really beautiful, you know, seasonal look downtown. And if you haven't been near 222 Hay Street in the last 3 or 4 days, we've transformed our alley into this magical holiday forest. We have about 12 Christmas trees in there, all kinds of lit decorations. Even as our ambassador was putting things up, people were stopping to take their holiday pictures. So if you need a place to do your holiday photo shoots, I can't think of a better spot than 222 Hay Street, right across the street from Piero's. In addition to that, because we just can't stop with holiday magic, we are also bringing back for the 4th year, our Holly Jolly Sing-Along Lights Trolley. We hire local musicians to get on the trolleys that we operate for downtown. We take a tour of local lights in downtown Fayetteville and the Haymount area, sing all your favorite Christmas songs, perhaps enjoy a little cup of holiday cheer while you're on the trolley, and it's generally just a really good time. But then, of course, that all leads up to after Christmas. You've got that week off where you don't really know who you are, or where you are, or what you're doing. That's the time to come down to Festival Park on Tuesday, Yes, New Year's is on a Tuesday this year. Yes, we will do it on New Year's. There is no makeup date for that. But we will be in Festival Park from 7 until 12:30 a.m. and we will be ringing out 2024 and bringing in 2025 with all the good hopes that we possibly can have for our city and our community. And we hope to see everyone there. And if you have a little extra time that you'd like to spare and you want to help us set all of that up, because as the councilwoman was able to say, yes, we are a staff of 3. We do have some additional folks that help us. If you've seen the gentleman walking around downtown with the orange shirts, those are our safety and engagement ambassadors. They are always here to help, but many hands make light work, and that is a 3-day load-in into the park. So anyone that can help, and we've had a few faces on the dais show up to help from time to time. We could absolutely use that. So please feel free to give us a call, come to our office, go to our website, send an owl if you want to do it. We will take you however we can get you for any kind of help that you can offer. But other than that, we look forward to seeing you and ringing in the new year with you.
And before she leaves, Mayor Pro Tem, are we doing a kids countdown today?
Yeah. We will be doing a children's countdown. That will be at 9 p.m. During that event.
Fantastic.
Thank you, City Manager. I was going to bring that up. And if you do have young children, it is pretty packed at 9 o'clock, and they get the full.
It absolutely is. And we have activities for the children that go up until that time. We just purchased this incredible bounce house. It's an obstacle course. We tested it out, and staff didn't want to get off of it, so I'm sure the kids will have a really good time. It's going to be great.
So for young families, it's a great time to start traditions.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
And ma'am, thank you so much. I did have 2 other things really quickly. For our citizens watching as well, if you would, please visit our website and sign up for the City Manager's newsletter, where we share information on the city every week. Some of the recent information we've shared is that we are in the middle of loose leaf collection season, and it runs until January. We don't want to miss your zip code or week that we're out in your neighborhood. And in anticipation of a wonderful Thanksgiving, city offices will also be closed on Thursday and Friday of this week as well. And that information is also on the city's webpage. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. So with that being said, I am going to ask for a motion for the approval of the agenda. I have Councilmember Thompson, and then seconded by Councilmember Hondros. I'll ask for your vote. And I'm sorry, we have Councilmember Hare on the line.
Green.
Thank you, Councilmember Hare.
Thank you. Sorry I couldn't be there tonight.
All right, that is 8. Wait a minute, am I missing somebody? 9, wait, oh, I'm sorry, yes, 9. That is unanimous with those present. Thank you. So we will go to the consent agenda. Does anybody want to pull anything from the consent agenda, or do I have a motion to approve? Okay, I have is that a motion, Councilmember Thompson? All right, and I have a second from Councilmember Banks McLaughlin. All right, I'll call for the vote.
Green.
All right, that is unanimous for those present. Thank you, Councilmember Hare. All right, we will go to 8.0 Zoning Commission Annual Report. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor
Long
Pro
time no
Tem.
see.
Yeah. Just give you an update. Apologies, our most recent zoning chair could not make it with a prior commitment, so I'm going to take it over. It's our annual report. Zoning Commission, just give you an update. You guys do see a lot of things that come from Zoning Commission, but for everyone else, it's a quasi-judicial and legislative body. Zoning issues, appeals, administrative decisions, and variances. 5 regular members, 2 alternate. We currently meet second Tuesday of each month. If items are scheduled at the Fast Transit Center, we do public notifications in the newspaper as required, posting of sign, mailed notice, different distances for each case. They hold public hearings for each case. They do have the authority to recommend denial of zoning requests, appeals, rezonings go to City Council, appeals of variances and administrative decisions go to Superior Court. They are generally the final say on variances. So throughout this year, up until this point, they've had 38 public hearings, 11 for variances. You'll remember some years ago, the Board of Adjustment was combined, consolidated with the Zoning Commission, December of 2015. City Council approves most of all the cases that have moved forward from the Zoning Commission, and you just did. So, and then also Zoning Commission followed planning staff's recommendation 96% of the time. So we recommend denial of one item. They disagreed with one of those 38 items. Any questions for me? That's all we have.
All right, Councilmember Davis?
Well, very quickly, just a point of order. I think I have Mr. Davis's key card.
Oh, well, that's not good. So,
I just move that we approve the report.
okay, Councilmember Benavente. And I think that is Councilmember McNair that seconded. Is that correct? Okay, everybody check your cards. Okay. Okay, I had you. Okay. All right, good. All right. So we've just accepted the report. We don't need to vote on that, right? We should? Okay. All right, so I have Councilmember Benavente that made the motion and Councilmember McNair that second.
Green.
That is unanimous with those present. Thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir.
Jennifer, can we switch her card too? I think, okay. I think you have.
Oh, I can do that. All right, we good now? Thank you, Councilmember Benavente. All right, we will go to 9.0 staff reports, Fayetteville Fire Department, third quarter review. Good evening, Chief.
Hey, how's everybody? I've been getting mean mugged over there to hurry up. I told him I couldn't go as fast as that, but I'd try. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. I'm Fire Chief Kevin Dove here tonight presenting the Fayetteville Fire Department third quarter report. Since there's so many people in the audience, I'm going to get a shameless plug in and remind everybody to get the turkeys out of the freezer today. Your eyebrows and facial hair depend upon it.
That is a true statement.
Yeah. We're going to start with operations like we normally do. Our response time averages stayed consistent with historical data. These numbers are always going to fluctuate due to factors like travel time because emergency locations are not usually the same. We look for discrepancies and anomalies in this data set, which we didn't find any this quarter, so everything held pretty firm. We saw a downward trend in overall fire responses, which is good. The one thing that jumps out at us is the number of fires starting in the kitchen, which is bad. So that tells us that we must continue to turn up the heat. See what I did there? On our education and outreach efforts in kitchen and cooking fire safety. The number of fires confined to the room of origin increased. That's encouraging, and that tells us we're seeing an increase in early detection of fires through smoke alarms and fire alarm systems. There were 3 fires responses involving lithium-ion batteries in the third quarter. The top 3 fire losses in the third quarter consisted of 2 single-family dwelling fires and 1 commercial structure. The Kinlaws fire and other fires that made the news here recently, they'll be reflected in the fourth quarter. Overall, the third quarter medical responses were down slightly. Overdose responses were down by 30, which is encouraging. Hazardous materials responses were also down slightly, with the most common incident continuing to be natural gas emergencies. As the citywide underground infrastructure improvements have for the most part finished up, we hope that these incidents have in fact plateaued. The third quarter of 2024 was the busiest in the history of our urban search and rescue team, which was founded in 2004. And I want to remind everybody that the team members consist of members of the Fayetteville Fire Department, Fayetteville Police Department, and Cumberland County EMS. They deployed internally within the city during Tropical Storm Debbie, and then once the city stabilized, they loaded up and went to Pender County for 5 days. Between the two locations, they rescued 12, evacuated 15, checked on 48 families sheltered in place, and did 29 structural and damage assessments. The Hurricane Helen response and recovery. Members of USAR, Hazmat, a fire inspector, a fire investigator, and a battalion chief deployed to Western North Carolina. There was a presence from the FFD for nearly a month, 23 days to be exact. While they were there, they rescued 7, evacuated 11, searched 286 structures, checked on 50 families sheltered in place, sadly located 3 human remains, mitigated 24 hazmat incidents, responded to 166 other hazards, and our investigator investigated 5 fires and assisted with 1 arrest. Their deployment was monumental and was in no way glamorous. Our team was there before, during, and after the storm. The entirety of their skill set was challenged, and their mental capacities were taxed to the limit. I say all that to say how proud I am to work with each of them, because even with those conditions, and I want you guys to think about something, they were there working their selves ragged, and they didn't have access to working toilets or showers for the first 6 days. I had to fight with them when it was time to switch them out and give them some rest. I do want to take a moment to publicly thank Dr. Randy Barton of Anchor Baptist Church in Pisgah Forest and Pastor Winston Parrish at Trinity Baptist Church in Asheville. These 2 churches, even with their own tremendous losses, took our team members in and did their best to provide for their every need, mentally and physically. We've worked with Madam Clerk to put together a letter of gratitude signed by the mayor, and we'll be sending those off very soon. Lastly, our USAR team was tasked to assist Hope County for 3 days during a water system failure. Our team provided logistical support and equipment during the event. Moving on to human resources. At the end of the third quarter, we had 7 total vacancies. That has increased to 9 as of today. There were 8 resignations, 3 retirements, and 1 dismissal. The diversity of the organization remains steady at 23%. Your goal for us is a minimum of 30%, and we continue to work with that in mind daily. In the third quarter, we were able to make offers to 13 certified and lateral hires as a result of your FY25 pay adjustments, and they have been onboarded and are now on shift. We have 6 non-certified recruits currently in the Fire Academy. Moving on to the Fire Marshal's office. The number of inspections completed increased significantly in the third quarter. This is because we have all of our inspector positions filled and functioning. 347 plans reviews were completed as well. There were 2,315 total violations identified. Fire alarm reporting and extinguisher issues were the top 2 violations found. We continue to focus heavily on community risk reduction, community involvement, and public information. Here are our community involvement numbers for the third quarter. We were able to teach another 1,094 people hands-only CPR, with 327 of those being children. We're excited about that because that's a skill they'll now have for the rest of their lives. 241 more smoke alarms were installed, 29 batteries replaced, 39 carbon monoxide alarms installed, and 19 stovetop fire suppression units were installed, all free of charge to our residents. And I'm going to end the way I always do, telling everybody here, including this large crowd, that smoke alarms save lives. Fire does not discriminate. Early detection is critical. No one should lay their head down at night without a working smoke alarm. No one. We are more than happy to come to you at your convenience and check or install smoke alarms for you absolutely 100% free of charge. Call 910-433-1116 or scan our QR code. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Chief. As of right now, I'm not seeing it. Oh, Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thanks for the report, Chief Dove. I'm glad to see that the pay increase helped you with your retention and your recruitment for firefighters. And trust me when I tell you that council is working hard to get you the facilities that we know that your department needs to facilitate those new individuals. But I want to talk to you about the equipment that you need also. You mentioned the battery fires. How did you put those out? Was it the foam or was it the blanket suppression blankets you use, I believe? And do you have enough of those?
Those fires were, they weren't vehicles or anything like that. They were the lithium-ion batteries and such things as power drills, toys, scooters, and things like that that were involved in a bigger structure fire, and the fire was contributed back to the lithium-ion battery.
Well,
so there was no specialty piece of equipment required for those.
Well, if the electric vehicles being more prevalent now in our communities, we even have a few on council that have them. When you are having to put one of those out, you mentioned before that you have those blankets in our parking decks, I believe you mentioned.
Yes, sir.
Do you have enough of those to put out fires that may happen on 95 or on 295 extension?
We have ordered 3 new battalion chief vehicles, and those are coming with them because there'll be room for them. We're changing from SUVs to pickups. So, yes, they will be available, hopefully about February.
Thank you, Chief. No more questions, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember Thompson. Councilmember Hondros?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Chief. I move that we accept the report as presented.
I have a second from Councilmember Benavente. Before we vote, I just wanted to thank you for your report and thank you for all the hard work that you were doing. And everybody remember, they will come out and give you a smoke alarm. You just have to call. Thank you. So I'll call for the vote, please. Councilmember
Green.
Hare?
Green, Madam Pro Tem, green.
All right, that is unanimous with those present. All right, Chief Braden, welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Council. Here to present the third quarter report for the Fayetteville Police Department. Consistent with our previous reports, we're going to talk about crime statistics, crime trends, crime fighting strategies, and the community engagement efforts that we put in for the first 3 quarters of the year. I'd like to start in October. A lot of the crime analysis for the previous year, 2023, came out. I found it specifically interesting, looking at across the state how we fared against some of our other cities. If you look, the statewide crime index showed a 2.3% increase in crime. Of the 10 largest cities in North Carolina, only 3 showed a reduction in crime rate for 2023. Winston-Salem was down by over 21%. Chief Penn's doing a great job up there. Fayetteville was down by 8%, and High Point was down by 7%. Most of the other cities saw an increase of about 13% on average. When we look at nationally, the crime reports, you see that violent crime was trending down, about 3% down across the board, and property crime was down about 2.4%. Compared to the city of Fayetteville in 2023, violent crime was down 7%, again, higher than the national average, and property crime was down 11%, higher than the national average, and total crime was down 10%. So just a quick analysis of where we sat last year based on the national and statewide reports coming out. For the third quarter of 2024, we continue to see persons crimes on a downward trend, property crimes on a downward trend. Our felony arrests, we had slightly fewer than we did this time last year. But remember, that's one of the things that if we're, investigating crime and having a positive impact on it, we expect to have less felony arrests because we have less felony incidents. Our misdemeanor arrests were actually up from where we sat this time last year. We talk about total crime is down by 5.1% with 565 less incidents of crime. And total arrests are up by 5.4% with 270 more. Remember, we talked about the green arrows here. As long as those numbers are converging, as the chief of police, we're having fewer crimes and we're making more arrests and a greater impact on the crimes that we do investigate. So that's a positive movement for me. When we look at a total crime, I went back and I pulled 10 years worth of crime from 2014 to where we sit today in 2024. If you look at the bar graphs there, we look at the total incidents for the each year. You see crime was at a high in 2014 with 20,563 total incidents. And last year we came in with the lowest year in the decade with 14,665 total incidents. We're on track this year in 2024 to end the year around 13,500 incidents, which would set the record once again. Our traffic stops were up from where we sat last year. We're about 3% increase there. Our crimes against society are down. I think that is greatly impacted by the staffing issues that we face currently within the department. With fewer cops on the staffing, we have to allocate those officers that we do have towards answering 911 calls and investigating crime. But our criminal apprehensions are actually up by 5.4% for the first 3 quarters of the year. We take a look at the focus on violent crime. If you look at the actual chart, there's a lot of green over there, meaning those are positive movements in the numbers. If you look at our homicide incidents, we're down 56.75% in homicides from where we sat this time last year. If you recall, last year was a record year. We had 52 total incidents that we investigated. I think we made a deep impact on homicide specifically. And as we talk about what we've done to deal with domestic violence, I think that has a great impact on the numbers that we're seeing, especially for our homicide. Rapes down by over 20%, aggravated assaults down by 28%, and our total persons crimes are down by 5.72%. All other persons crimes, that includes all the simple assaults and the fights that we see and we take reports on for a daily basis. Our shooting incidents are primarily the result of escalation of interpersonal conflict and drug-related robberies. We had 239 incidents reported of persons illegally carrying concealed weapons within the city. We had 385 firearms reported stolen year to date, resulting in an abundance of illegal firearms in the hands of felons and juveniles within our community. Reduction in homicide numbers are greatly attributed to the number of child deaths and domestic-related homicides that we had from last year. Like I said, I'll cover that in just a few minutes. If you look, once again, I've taken a look at the 10-year numbers for homicide specifically. Right now, where we sit, it's not completed 2024 yet, but we're looking to be back to where we were sitting around 2014 and 17, 18 in the 20s, as opposed to where we sat last year with a high of 52. The lowest in the past decade was in 2015 with 18 recorded incidents of homicide. We break down the current homicide incidents for 2023. There were 16 total incidents reported. 82% of all victims were black. 88% of all known suspects were black. When we break that down, we're looking at most of the homicides that we look at are not domestic related this year, but most are from robberies, shootings, and those incidents of interpersonal violence. When we look at our total death investigations, not only homicides are down, but the overdose deaths are down for this year, down by 10 from last year, and our suicides are slightly down from where they sat in 2023 as well. We look at the number of gun-related incidents. 77% of all homicides were gun-related, and 92% of the suicides were firearm-related. As we take a look at our overall violent crime, again, looking at the 10-year trends, 2015 was our highest number for violent crime with nearly 5,000 incidents. The lowest year for crime was last year in 2023 with 3,831 total incidents. We are on track based on, we're projecting that we're probably in the year this year with 3,600 incidents, so we would beat last year's number significantly by close to 200 incidents. That's an overall total 21% decrease in violent crime since 2015. Robbery incidents, we talked about a lot of our aggravated assaults and homicides are stemmed from drug-related robberies. Our aggravated assaults, those are, again, a culmination of all the shootings, stabbings, and serious assaults throughout the city. And this is where I think we made up the most ground with our homicide numbers for this year. If you remember at the beginning of the year, the end of last year, we talked about how we were going to approach domestic violence. A quarter of the homicides that we had last year were domestic related. We partnered with the Phoenix Center late in 2023 to start doing follow-ups on all of our domestic violence responses within the city. We also did a department retraining for all officers on how to handle and approach domestic violence related incidents. We put a focus on making an arrest if an arrest was, if the officers could articulate probable cause to fit the domestic violence arrests, that we made those physical arrests when applicable. And we saw, the results are, we saw a decrease of 53% in our misdemeanor crimes for domestic violence, a 25% decrease in the felony crimes for domestic violence. We did see a slight increase in the simple assaults. That's, you know, someone threw something at somebody, not a full-on arrestable offense, but an assault nonetheless, for a total of 1.84% across the board. Again, when we talk about our partnership with the Phoenix Center, we had a total of 1,420 referrals. 20% of those have received follow-up services. 62 have been assisted with obtaining domestic violence protection orders. We currently have 155 people receiving services through the Phoenix Center, and they've assisted in 28 juvenile jail or hospital assists. A few months ago, I gave the year, 1 year analysis of ShotSpotter, sound thinking. This is just for the current year up to the third quarter of 2024. If you look, the number one district will be the Campbellton district for the number of activations with 219 total. They also have the greatest number of shell casings and shots fired recovered of 355. If you look, the hour of the day, our highest reporting hour is about 12 a.m. and the highest reporting date is on Monday with a total of 79 across the board. Again, what we do with this information is that individual district commanders are able to identify the date of the week, the time of the day, the location where the majority of the shots being fired are at, and be able to formulate a response to help mitigate some of those shooting incidents. In addition, we utilize our task force officers with our federal partners to address violent crime throughout the city. So far this year, there have been 24 individuals federally sentenced, over 11 individuals federally indicted, with a seizure of close to $76,000, 25 firearms, and we continue to work with U.S. Attorney Mike Easley in his office with the VICAP program under the Project Safe Neighborhoods. Moving over to property crimes, much like the violent crime, you see there's a lot of green on the board. If we look at burglary, which includes our motor vehicle B&Es, we're down by almost 7%. Our larcenies down by 6%. There has been an increase in motor vehicle thefts. I've talked about this quarter after quarter after quarter since last year. We ended last year with a record year of motor vehicle thefts. That trend does sort of persist into 2024, but we've had a great success in identifying rings, juvenile groups that have been involved in multiple offenses for this. Robberies are down by 17%, and all other property crimes are down by 4%. We see part of the increase when we talk about what's really been on the increase within our jurisdiction. Shoplifting has shown a 20% increase over the previous year. We know that there's organized retail crime that continues to trend up in our area, not just in Fayetteville, but across the nation. Groups from outside our jurisdictions routinely come into the city and steal from big box stores. Violators have become more aggressive in their attempts to steal and evade apprehension. Sometimes we have what we call a shoplifting escalation, which is technically a robbery charge. And some of the commonly targeted items, health and beauty aids, power tools, and clothing, and makeup and beauty items. Those are the things most commonly targeted, and cleaning aids, I'm sorry. We take a look at property crime across the board. There's been a 42% decrease in property crime since 2014. In 2014, there was 18,796 incidents of property crime reported within the city of Fayetteville. The lowest year was in 2021 with 10,660. We almost beat that last year. We had 10,834, and we're projected to beat that and have the lowest year for property crime this year. We're projecting about 9,500 incidents. We talk about juvenile crime. You know, there's been an increase since raising the age of attention placed on the juveniles and the juvenile crime. In 2024, we've petitioned for a total of 64 custody orders. There were a total of 79 in all of 2023. So we're on track to actually beat the custody orders. Our field contacts, we've out there, juveniles out in the field, 309 contacts, over 840 incident reports. Total incident charges, we've had over 1,156. Out of that number, 207 have been runaway incidents. For a total incident contact with juveniles at 694. If you look on the right-hand side, the numbers in the red, they cause me the greatest concern. If you look at assaults, so far this year, we have 190 petitions for assaults. Last year, we only had 152 for the entire year, so it shows that we're having an increase in assaults. B&E, this includes motor vehicle B&E. So far, we petitioned 116 this year. We only had 78 for the total year of 2023. So we're already surpassed what we did the previous year, and it looks to be even higher than 116. Robbery, 17 petitions total for this year so far. There were only 6 total for all of last year in 2023. Motor vehicle theft, over 67 petitions for motor vehicle theft. We only had 51 total for 2023. As you know, earlier this year, we assumed control of the schools within the city of Fayetteville. We started with our 6 officers. Officer Torres, he's the SRO for Douglas Byrd. Officer Curva, the school resource officer for E. Smith. Officer Walcott out at Terry Sanford. Officer Nash over at Westover. Officer Galbraith at Reed Ross. And Officer Shivers out at 71st High School. And if you look at the bottom right-hand corner of this slide, you also see the traffic control officers. We've done a hiring process. We've probably hired close to 100 so far just to keep that 60 out there and keeping the street safe for the kids crossing to go to school. So as you look at the calls for service reports comparison for our elementary schools, our middle schools, and our high schools, as you can see, the elementary schools, they generate just as many calls for service, if not slightly more than our actual high schools. But if you look at the actual calls for service and the reports that we take, we actually only take fewer reports in the elementary schools with a total of 56 for the high school so far this year. Currently, we have the 6 certified SROs. I have the remaining 4 laterals that are in training right now, so we will meet our goal of having all 10 high schools service with school resource officers by January 1. We currently have 64 part-time traffic control officer positions filled, and again, the officers, we're just taking into consideration the amount of calls for service that we're going to. If you look, this is only about 2 months worth of data as we reached the end of the third quarter here. So 2 months, once we factor in the rest of the school year, I'd be willing to say that there will be some significant impact to the crime numbers across the city for the yearly reports. I don't. Take a look at this. I had to back out. There's a lot of data on this one that I would miss out. The aspect ratio on the slides isn't correct. For cocaine so far, our seizures this year are slightly down from where they were last year, but still, 31 kilos of cocaine is a significant amount of cocaine seized in the city of Fayetteville. Meth, again, 40 kilos, and fentanyl heroin, 47 kilos. That's a tremendous amount of drugs taken off of our streets. Marijuana, 12,945 pounds of THC-related products, and we seized over 731 firearms through our narcotics investigations. If you look at the actual picture over there, that is the seizure from the Operation Vapor Trail, seizing if you look, that's just basically marijuana in those jars that was being sold openly and over the counter at many of the vape shops and smoke shops within the city limits of Fayetteville. We conducted over 64 search warrants over a span of 2 days. That's 12,839 pounds of marijuana and THC-based products were seized. 24 firearms were seized. $2,944,000, basically almost $3 million in seized cash assets, and $625,000 in seized cash. So very significant and impactful operation with our federal partners. Our homelessness and mental health response, year to date, we're looking at over 193 transports to the Salvation Army, over 91 front lobby assists where people have come into the Fayetteville Police Department. They were met in our front lobby and assisted with whatever needs they may have had, whether it's dealt with homelessness or mental health. Over 2,418 calls, reference a homeless that came in through 911 that we were dispatched and Ms. Braggs was assisted in. Direct calls to the homeless coordinator. She had over 1,000 phone calls directly to her phone. And we over 724 panhandling calls for service. We created a significant contact over the past week. We met with Amy Jordan from the Cumberland County Recovery and Response Center. It's going to be another asset that we have to utilize as we deal with mental health and addiction issues within our community. For those that don't fit the bill for an involuntary commitment or, police action, that is a place that we can refer them to where they can seek help for their mental health issues and some of their addiction issues. So we're constantly looking to collaborate with people within our community to help deal with, outside of arrest, issues of homelessness, mental health, and addiction. You look at our 911 communication center, it's very significant numbers. There, over 135,000 calls dispatched to police officers and over 19,000 dispatched to fire. If you look, the average of 24 calls an hour are dispatched, an average of 27 calls for an hour are received. We also served as a rollover PSAP public safety answering point for Buncombe County during Hurricane Helene. I can tell you this, I was actually in the 911 center that day, and 29 years as a police officer, I've never heard some of the calls for service that were coming across the board. There was a lady who was actually in her house, and it was floating down the street. So I'd like to give a shout out to our 911 telecommunicators. That was a tough 24 hours for them. If we look at traffic enforcement, again, the number of crashes or fatalities within our jurisdiction, you see they're going up for the year. The number killed last year this time was 21. This year this time we're at 26. You can look down the board and show that the numbers are on the rise. We've been advertising all this year our 24 No More program where our traffic unit and our patrol officers, when available, are focusing on traffic stops. That is based on the reckless driving complaints we hear day in, day out within our community. That's based on the street takeovers of the car clubs, of the ATVs, the motorcycles that are out there on the streets. So, we really put a focus on those as attention for our traffic unit and to write the citations and make the seizures of vehicles and ATVs when appropriate. In addition to that, based on the number of fatalities pedestrians struck, if you go to our Facebook page or our Instagram or any of our social media sites, you'll see the traffic units heavily focused on traffic safety PSAs, where they talked about how to cross the street, how to adjust the clothing you wear when you're walking along the roadways at night. So we're really focusing on trying to make our city streets a safer place to commute. With that being said, you take a look at the traffic map. As usual, all the major thoroughfares, these are dots upon dots. We're looking at a total of 35,676 traffic stops so far for this year. If you look at the 10-year average, it should be noted that 2016 was the highest year for the number of traffic stops, with over 71,678. If you look, 2020, 2021, 2022, those are the COVID years. Those are how we responded to COVID. We weren't making as many contacts. We were, the distancing orders were in effect. So that explains why we had some significant drops in the numbers there. Over the last 2 years, we're getting closer to the normal numbers. Last year we had 50,033. This year so far we've had 35,676. And it's projected that we'll end the year with close to 47,500 traffic stops for 2024. TSR data, total traffic stops for 2024. We break that down. There was 31,800 for this year. There's 21,914 for black drivers, 12,579 for white drivers, and 1,518 for other drivers. You compare to last year, still is not a significant decrease, but the disparity ratio has dropped slightly. And I honestly can't say that's based on anything that we've done differently. That's how the numbers came out when we actually did the analysis. If we look at the black drivers that were stopped, out of the 21,914, 787 searches were conducted on. Out of the 787, 421 resulted in the seizure of drugs. That's an average of 53%. And out of 171 of those, weapons were found, which averages out to 21%. For white drivers, the total was 12,479. Out of that, 160 were searched. That averages out to 1.27%. When we break that down, out of those 160 vehicle searches, 76 drugs were found in. That is about 47.5%, and 27 had weapons for about 16.88%. Other drivers, 32 vehicles were searched. Out of that, 14 drugs were found, which is about 43.75%, and 5-pound weapons, which is only about 15.6%. Moving on to our Office of Professional Standards, this is where we talk about our use of force, internal investigation, citizen complaints, and compliments. As you can see, slightly down, slight decrease in the use of force. Citizen complaints, about the same. Compliments are exactly the same. I also put in there the benefits of our CALIA accreditation. It shows, how we build up the best practices, how we determine how we investigate complaints. All that is based on the CALIA standards through our CALIA and our accreditation processes. The breakdown of the use of force, as you can see, the numbers are represented there. A total of 51 out of 5,193 felony and misdemeanor arrests made by officers in 2024. Only 51 incidents resulted in the use of force, representing less than 1% of all arrests made. Our departmental staffing, as you see the numbers, vacant. Now that 125, that doesn't include the 30 frozen positions that we currently have in the 2024-25 budget, but that gives us a vacancy rate of about 27%. As you can see, I put one of the flyers on this slide up that shows what the new top paid for police officers after their 10-year step plan would be. We're trying to entice lateral officers from across the area to potentially seek or come to Fayetteville as lateral hires for us. I did a breakdown of where we're losing officers to. If you look, it shows about 79% of all departures are due to resignations. That's down from this time last year, where we're sitting at about 93% of all departures were due to resignations. And again, I'll play this quick video. It's a representation of some of the efforts that we're doing in order to recruit officers to the Fayetteville Police Department.
Talk about serving as a police officer. This is not just a job, it's a calling. Calling to protect, to lead, and to make a real impact on the lives of others. Policing is challenging. It requires strength, resilience, and an unshakable sense of duty. You'll be asked to face difficult situations, make tough decisions, and sometimes put others before yourself. But in return, you'll gain the honor of serving your community, the satisfaction of knowing you've made a difference, and the pride that comes with wearing the badge. What we need are individuals who believe in justice, who value integrity, and who are committed to fairness. We need people like you, people who are ready to stand up for what's right and to serve with compassion, courage, and respect. If you're looking for a career that will challenge you, inspire you, and allow you to be a force for good, policing is the path for you. This is your chance to step up, to serve, and to help shape the future of this community. Join the Fayetteville Police Department. Have faith in service, pride in commitment, and dedication to excellence.
That video was produced by one of our officers. He put a lot of time and effort into that. It just goes to show some of the
Talk
things
about
that
serving as a police officer. This is not just a job, it's a calling.
But like I said, that was produced by one of our police sergeants, and he put a lot of time and effort in that. But I just wanted to highlight that to show the different things that we're doing, trying to recruit and bring officers over to the Fayetteville Police Department. One of the things that I challenged the recruiting department to do was to hire 20 laterals before the end of the year. Right now, I think we've hired close to 10. We have another 4 that are potentially in the hiring process. And even if they don't make the 20, you set the bar high so that if they come in a little bit short, that you still got a good number. But we're working hard towards that, and we'll reset that challenge of 20 for the first quarter of 2025. Some of our community engagements, once again, we continue with our Faith in Action program. We have over 16 plus groups of nonprofits, churches, and community providers and peer support specialists that participate with us, going through the areas throughout our city to provide service to those in need. The goal is to address issues of addiction, poverty, and mental health. And if you look, we've had over 614 contacts this year. We've handed out quite a bit of Narcan. If you remember earlier in the slides, I reported that we had a significant decrease in some of our overdose deaths within the city. I would like to believe that our Faith in Action program has had a great impact on that. Once again, our Police Activity League summer camp, we reach out to the young children and young adults. We really focus on that teen age group this year. We know they're the most susceptible to some being exposed to potential violence in our school systems, and we really focus on spending a good solid week on trying to make them see that there's other ways other than the path of violence. Our National Night Out, the hurricane sort of threw a wrench into our plans. Normally I'm running all over the city trying to get to each location. Some of the postponements made it easier for me to attend a bulk majority of those this year. But a lot of them were rescheduled for later dates and later times. Again, our support of the Special Olympics with our annual golf tournament and the torch run were significant activities for us this year, giving back. And then I threw a couple pictures in here on some of our back-to-school efforts. If we started our SRO program. We had officers going out visiting kids at bus stops, at backpack giveaways, and in those lunchrooms at those schools in those early days of school starting this year. Again, our PAL program, we had a successful boxing tournament. I believe it was, how many fights did we have? So, yes, fighters from all up and down the East Coast converged on Fayetteville for this tournament and walked away with some belts, some nice gear for their efforts here. And last of all, the promotion. We had a promotion process. These are the newly promoted individuals from around the department, our sworn, our non-sworn, dispatch, forensics, our central records. We're promoting people all across the board throughout the department. And we close with our mission statement and our vision statement, and I'm ready for questions.
Thank you, Chief. That was a great report. I'm going to go to Councilmember Hondros and then Councilmember Davis, Benavente, and Green.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Chief, for that report. I do have several questions. On slide 12, I think was violent crime, and 20, I think was property crimes. And it goes back, I think, to 2014 or 15. And I know you and several of Fayetteville's finest that are in the room were on the force back then. But for those of us that maybe were not in this space then, did the way we report the violent crimes or property crimes change since then?
So the only change when we converted from UCR to NIBRS was robbery was considered an actual violent crime at that point in time in the city, based on UCR reporting. And when we converted to NIBRS, it actually translated to be a property crime. And that change occurred around, I was a major, so it had been around 2020. So there, some of those significant decreases, I can't say how that it affected the overall reporting by that much.
And those reporting standards were dictated by our federal partners, or?
Correct. It's the FBI that collects data across the United States and converges for the FBI reports. If you remember, I told you some of the national averages of crime. That was in that first slide.
And then on slide 21, can we put that one back on the screen?
The juveniles?
Yeah, I think it was the one before it, maybe.
Property crime?
Let me see. I took it down. It might be it might have been the juvenile one. You're right. So on your right column there, those totals that increased, is at least some of that attributed to our new duties or responsibilities as SROs, or is that totally on a different slide?
No, when I captured everything from the SRO slide, those were all the calls that generated from the schools. Now, I can't say that one or two of those aren't a result of something, an incident that occurred at a school, but we were well on the way to beating last quarter.
Gotcha. Okay. Just a couple more. So back on the 12th, I think, of November, WTVD 11 did a news story. Are you familiar with that story by chance?
Correct, yes.
What are your thoughts on that story?
So, yes, Channel 11, they ran a story that said Fayetteville city officials are reviewing options to address a report that shows black drivers are stopped by police at a higher rate than other drivers.
Yes, sir, that's the one.
As the chief of police, this headline caused me some great concern because it entices one to believe that disparity is caused by misconduct or bad practices within the police department, which is affecting the public trust. And again, I've taken notes on this. I went and I researched the two drivers that were highlighted in the article. Mr. Milton McEachern, who claimed to have been pulled over multiple times, been harassed by the police. Edgar Evans was also gave similar statements and accountings that he's been harassed and pulled over by the police. And there's even quotes on that it's time to take responsibility on our part of the harassment of a large section of our community. When you read that, I felt responsible for going back and researching what potentially would cause these individual drivers to feel that way. When I went back and I had Major Hicks pull the information, Initially, we couldn't find any information on either one of the actual people that were involved in the news article. But we eventually did search and found that Milton McEachern, he's had no traffic-related interaction with the Fayetteville Police Department since December of 2017. At that time, he was involved in a traffic accident where he ran a red light, operating a vehicle with no insurance and expired tags. Edgar Evans has had no traffic interaction with the Fayetteville Police Department since September of 2017. And at that time, he was pulled over and given a warning citation for a traffic violation, and that's over 7 years ago to date. These two individuals, in my opinion, aren't examples of police bias, harassment, or misconduct, and sort of way they were relayed to be as part of that news article. I can say this: the Fayetteville Police Department does not and will not target individuals based on race for the purposes of traffic enforcement. I've stated time and time again, traffic stops are initiated on the basis of probable cause for an observed violation of the law. The two individuals featured in the news article are not examples of harassment or racial bias. They are not good examples of any wrongdoing on behalf of the Fayetteville Police Department. And I just don't see where their claims are substantiated in any way based on the article. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Chief. Just a couple more. I was going to ask about vacancies, but you presented that slide, and I appreciate all the efforts made on that front and your challenge for the 20 lateral hires. I hope we get close to that. Last one, have you been able to implement your vision as chief, your strategies and policies and procedures? Have you been able to fully, 2 years ago before you were hired or promoted as chief, I'm sure you probably started developing a vision of what you would like to change or implement. Have you been able to do all that?
I would say a bulk majority I have. When we talked about the 90-day plan when I became the chief of police, one of the things I quoted was Franklin Covey, seek first to understand. We had our meetings out within the community. We had our meetings internally amongst the police officers and officers that were on staff during that time. We've done several things to change the accountability internally within the police department. And we've done several things. We partnered with some really good community partners, with our Faith in Action program to address issues outside of law enforcement that are the underlying reason for a lot of the crimes that we see within our community. So I would say that, yes, we've made good results and accomplished a lot of the things that I wanted to accomplish.
Well, thank you, Chief. On behalf of myself and residents of District 9 and the residents of Fayetteville, I appreciate you and your team and everything y'all do to keep us safe. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Councilmember Hondros. Councilmember Davis.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Would you mind going back to slide 3, please? So in slide 3, it says that Winston-Salem has a decrease in 21%. What are some things that they're doing differently in Winston-Salem that we're not doing here, or that we could do that they're doing?
So I just got this information. This report came out from the SBI in October, and I had actually been up there there was a promotion of a former Fayetteville cop in Winston-Salem. I was down there. Myself and Major Petty actually spoke with Chief Penn, but that's before I knew he had this big of a number. So we'll probably be making some phone calls and reaching out to see what exactly they're doing, see if there's any programs or any initiatives that they're working on. But that is a very significant number of 21% decrease across the board for their crime index.
Okay, thank you. And down.
But we had a pretty good one too, though.
Yeah, we did. I'm not knocking ours. I'm just saying that was a huge decrease, and so it'll look even better if we can get down to that. If you could go down to the slide that had the elementary school, the middle school, and the high school numbers.
And I apologize. For some reason, the formatting, when we put it on here, it didn't line up. But you're looking at, is this a slide, calls for service reports?
Yes. So what is the issue that's going on in the elementary school that they have the same amount or more numbers than high school?
So if I had to assess that, I've spoke with Carrie Young, who's the director of safety for the Cumberland County Schools. And as everyone knows, he used to be a major here on the police department. The service that they did have, and none of the elementary schools ever had a permanent resident SRO with them. But I think they're trying to establish, what what they would contact the police about. They're calling because there's not one that routinely goes over on, a day-to-day basis. So I think they're just calling, and we're getting to know each other and the expectations of the school and how we're going to respond as a police department. These officers, they take the time to answer those calls for service. Some of these are, from just complaints that they're non-criminal, but that could be handled administratively as in the school, and we're working with them to discern which needs to be 911 calls and which ones they should be handling internally.
Okay. In the future, as we continue to work with the school system, can we get more specifics on the issues that are the calls that you're getting in reference to, whether it's like assaults? Because Councilmember Hondros asked earlier in reference to the juvenile. Was those numbers included what's going on in schools, like assaults and things like that?
So yes, and right now we only had a small. It was only like a little over a month that we had to collect some of this data, but we're working with our SRO program and Sergeant Tackham on how we're going to correlate and present this in the near future. And remember, this was something that we sort of threw together. Started talking about it in May and had to have something on the books to move forward with in September. We're working out a lot of those kinks on how we're reporting and what needs to be reported to the council.
Thank you. I share the same sentiments as my council member. I appreciate everything that you do, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Green?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Chief, I just want to thank you for the report and the update. It's not often that we get to hear all the good numbers, so I appreciate all of your efforts and the efforts of your officers. I think it tells me that we made the 100% correct choice with moving you into this promotion position. And I think that you wholeheartedly have kind of done the deep dive for everything you've had to do. Having the SROs put on you in the manner that it was quickly, and not having a whole lot of time to stop and back up just proves to me that you were the right choice for such a time as this. Thank you.
And again, we're trying to change some of those public perceptions that just don't ring true to the numbers that we're seeing, especially over the past couple of years.
All right, Councilmember Benavente. Thank you, Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just move that we approve the report, and I have an item for discussion if the motion to approve is seconded.
Second from Councilmember Thompson. Okay. Councilmember Thompson?
Ready for me to go? Okay. Chief, thank you for the report again. As always, I don't feel as though you give yourself or your department a lot of credit. You sat up here and talked about how you collaborated with Recovery and Response, how you collaborated with the Phoenix Center, how you have your Faith in Action programs, have you had the CARES program, how you help with the Drums Up and Guns Down program, how you come to Mrs. Murphy's forum along with me about gun violence in the city of Fayetteville. This is a report that the entire city should be proud of. This is a report that all of our citizens are looking towards you to keep them safe, and I'm pretty sure they are applauding at this time, because this is a report that I know, as you have stated, 10 years, this is the best report we've seen. I wasn't even on council. So I applaud you and your staff for the great job that you've done. And I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Chief Dove. You have instruments and programs and technology at your fingertips. What else can this council do to facilitate any other things you may need to get your job done a lot easier and proficient?
And once again, I would thank you for the efforts that were put forth with adjusting our officer pay this year. I think that is the first step in making sure that we keep and retain good officers to work the streets of Fayetteville, that'll conduct the investigations that are going to lead to us being more proactive in our efforts against violent crime and property crime across our city. I would say right now, I don't have a list, but I will definitely get to work on one. We've been really focused on our staffing issues and our efforts to get lateral hires in to get our staffing filled, where we can give some of the officers who've been working the overtime, the augmentation shifts that are going, the detectives that are going back to the road and answering calls for service because of our staffing issues, to give them the well-deserved break they need.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem, let me just say, as young as Chief looks, I think we could use him for the next 5-6 years and we'll be all right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember Thompson. Okay, so I have.
And I second that motion.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Davis hit his button before you did, so I'm sorry about that. But, so I have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Benavente, a second from Councilmember Davis. Now we're open for discussion. Are you open for discussion, Councilmember Benavente?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. And again, I've got my timer on, so don't worry. Chief Braden, for the parts of your quarterly report that are objective successes, good work and great job. Every quarter, this council is provided with very crucial data that we ought to take action on. And those actions must either be, one, to support your department and being able to do more with what is within the scope of your duties, or two, to do the necessary work in creating or developing the alternatives to law enforcement our citizens need too. So we all know our city's single most important responsibility is maintaining public safety, and success or failure on that front should not be exclusively just on FPD. So you might remember at the last quarterly report, while you were offering an explanation about a concern that I had, I interrupted you to say at this point, there's no wisdom in blaming you or the police department for what are ultimately decisions that this city council has the power to either prioritize or to neglect and ignore. The buck stops with us, and it's a poor workman who blames his tools. And so please correct me if I'm wrong, but we've been in community watches where you share that you and I are on the same page probably 80% of the time. And the person who agrees 80% of the time, I think is more of a friend than a 20% enemy. I believe one of the points of common ground that we have is when it comes to issues of abject poverty, mental health, crisis, and addiction, and if properly addressed by alternate services, you'd welcome that assistance just like you discussed in your presentation. I think another point of common ground is that you don't have a concern necessarily with reasonable and warranted inquiries on issues of accountability. As far as what that looks like precisely, the devil's in the details. But I'm a firm believer that it's a worthwhile thing to find and see what that looks like for Fayetteville in partnership and not in an adversarial manner. And I believe this is all relevant discussion because this quarterly report is not just a time for you to check in with us, but for us to check in with you. And you weren't here at our last meeting, but a comment was made that I'm frankly outraged by. A suggestion was made that my intention is to create animus with you. And if you pull out at the source, that's another word for hate. And that accusation was made that I want to create hate between the people of this city and the police. And the truth is, I work every single day with your officers as an officer of the court myself. We review body cam footage, and more often than not, we're finding non-punitive outcomes for people who are really in need of more help than more harm. I've even had a few members of law enforcement refer their friends and family members to me for legal counsel and defense. So creating hate between any employee of the city and the public is never productive. And I want to take this time to reject that irresponsible suggestion by my member of council with my remaining time on this dais that I'm committed to proving how ridiculous an accusation like that is for anyone on council to make or anyone in the city to make. Accountability is a well-documented and consistent problem for certain members of this council. And corruption thrives when an environment of transparency and accountability is mistaken for creating hate. Thank you.
Okay, so do I have anybody else that would like to speak? Okay, Councilmember Thompson, second round.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This question is probably for the city manager for an update. Where are we on the new 911 call center, Mr. Manager? If you don't mind explaining to the people. Another tool that our police department can use.
Yes, sir. We are finalizing the contract now for the architect to design and build it. We have just today, I think Keisha Parker left. She is consistent. Every week, she and Lisa Reed and Chief and our team that we've assembled are looking for suitable sites as well. We are well underway with that, which could be more than $10 million center. Well underway.
Well, let me just add that our citizens' money is being well used to make sure that we provide the police department every piece of equipment that they need so they can do their job admirably. So be patient. We're going to give them the state-of-the-art 911 center that we can. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember Thompson. So with that being said, I will call for the vote to accept the report. I'm missing one other person. Who am I missing? Okay, Councilmember Hare, your vote?
Very good report, Chief. I vote green to accept the report. Very good report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Hare. The vote is 9-0, but it's unanimous with those present. All right, we are going to go back. Chief, is this you too? 9.03, discussion of the school resource officer program and
No,
process?
ma'am. I'd ask Assistant City Manager Jeff Yates to come forward.
Okay.
And he's going to introduce our speakers tonight.
You did such a great job. You get to go home. Welcome, Assistant City Manager Yates.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I just will take a quick second to introduce the Science Political Policy Action Network, Inc., and they are here to help us with our SRO program analysis and developing a scope of work. We have Dr. Watkins and MK Gamble with us tonight, and many of you have already met with them, but they are working their way through meeting with you, and they're going to lay out kind of the plan for the next few months with the ultimate goal of coming back to you with a scope of services for the SRO contract in the February timeframe that looks at a comprehensive approach to the SRO program going forward. And we've already reached out to the schools, and we are in the process of getting connected with them and engaging the community. So I don't want to steal too much of Dr. Watkins' thunder, but I want to go ahead and let him give you his update and outline the process.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Council, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your service. And to each and every one of you who are here today, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. So again, my name is Richard Watkins, and my colleague MK Gamble and myself are brought to you today to really focus on the School Resource Officer Program for the City of Fayetteville. And again, as I mentioned, we are here with the Science Policy Action Network, and I actually have to admit that, do I just use this mouse to advance my slide? Okay, very good. Our objective is this: to develop a clear and effective plan for implementing a school resource officer program in Fayetteville City Schools and to provide detailed recommendations for the scope of services and framework as part of the SRO program contract with Cumberland County Public Schools. So the timeline of our work ranges from November 2024 to December 2025. And at this point, I'm going to walk down the step-by-step process of the work that we will be doing. So the first stage is from November to February, and that is going to include stakeholder interviews, which are including but not limited to City Council, Fayetteville Police Department, Cumberland County Public Schools, and families. And when we talk about families, we speak of the families of the students in our schools here. And again, I ask for forgiveness with the formatting here. Just like our previous presenter, the formatting seems to be a little bit wonky here. Our next step is from November to January of 2025, and that includes our high school site visits. So that means that we will be on the premises of our 10 high schools to see the facilities and also to engage with teachers and administrators and the SROs that are there to really get a feel for where our SROs will be serving. Following that, we're going to have evaluation. Actually, let me get this really quick. Okay. After that, we're going to have the evaluation
and incorporation of support services. So again, we are building an SRO program, and there are a whole slate of wraparound services that our SROs are going to be able to utilize in service of our schools, and we're going to be conducting an evaluation of that support system. Following that, we're really going to be focusing on the implementation of full high school coverage in all 10 high schools in the Fayetteville city. And this is really huge. In February, we are going to be submitting our recommendations for the SRO scope of services. Again, all of the work that we are doing up until February will be leading to the recommendations for our SROs. Following this, we are going to be examining the expansion of the SRO program into our middle schools and into the elementary schools. To do this, we are going to also conduct site visits of the elementary schools and middle schools, including stakeholder interviews. So that's the same thing that we were just discussing with our high schools, in which we'll continue to meet with each and every one of you, meet with families, school administrators, so on and so forth. And following that is a really crucial element for us is the establishment and the evaluation of metrics so that we can see exactly what we're doing and the effect that our SRO program is having. Following this, we'll have the submission of a complete SRO report, which includes all of the work that we have done on this timeline and in this timeline, including stakeholder interviews, analysis, comparisons, so on and so forth. And last but not least is the submission of the second SRO scope recommendations, which will now include the expansion, of course, into our middle schools and elementary schools. At the core of everything that we do is research. We are a research consulting firm, research, development, and innovation. And we conduct our research as follows: analysis, systematic review, and anecdote. Analysis, what do the numbers say? Systematic review, what does the literature say? Lastly, anecdote, what do the people say? All that's left after our work, application and implementation. Not all that's left in this presentation are questions. Thank you all so much for your time and attention. Please, I'll be happy to entertain any and every question or suggestion that you may have at this moment.
So with that being said, I'm not seeing anybody light up the board, but I do have a question. My question is, as you're talking to the schools and everything of that, and you and I have had this conversation, there are some schools that city residents are going to these schools that are county schools. And what I'm seeing, listening to what you're saying, is that you're talking about going into middle schools and elementary schools. And I know that, the city is the one that has, provided you and said, we need to know this information. And I guess there's really nothing that you can do about it. But since I do see that we have our newly elected county commissioner in the audience, that Mr. Tyson, I'm sorry that I did not acknowledge you, and Judge Tyson, that I did not acknowledge you, is that, I think what you're doing is great. It's things that we need to know. It is something we need to move to protect our children. But we also have to have the elephant in the room that I know of 3 high schools that have county residents, they have city residents, they have residents from Hope Mills, they have residents from Spring Lake. So I think that we need to acknowledge that there is an elephant in the room. This is the awkward conversation that we're going to have. So thank you for your report. I see that I have Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Dr. Wright. Thank you, MK. Per the conversation that we had earlier, I just want to make it clear to the audience, per our conversation that we had earlier, each SRO in each school has to be handled differently, whether it comes from the data, whether it comes from talking to the people, whether it comes from the schematics, because a school over here will have different issues than a school over here. A high school will have different issues than an elementary school. Coincidentally enough, i.e., we was talking about the service calls to elementary schools, why they were so higher than the other schools. Well, believe it or not, it's because most of those elementary schools, they call straight to 911 because them parents or them teachers don't want to have to deal with the parents. So there's a difference there, but it's not really factual. If you do with the SROs in a high school, they're going to contact the SRO where he don't have to call a 911 call center. I just want to make it clear that we're going to do everything we can possibly to keep our kids safe. And we talked about safe. What does safe mean? Safe means a lot of things. Let's just do all we can to keep our kids safe. Thank you so much. Great presentation, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thompson. So with that, Councilmember Hondros.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I was going to move that we receive the presentation and the recommendations.
Councilmember Benavente, is that a second or is that discussion? It's a second? Perfect. Okay. I will call for the vote. Councilmember Hare?
Green, Mayor Pro Tem. Green.
All right. Thank you very much. That is unanimous with those present. Thank you for your report.
I just want to give a huge shout out, if I could, to my colleague, MK Gamble, who's been standing here. This wouldn't be possible without her help. I just wanted to, if she could, just say a few words.
Absolutely.
I wanted to build on one thing that Richard mentioned earlier. In the legal world, we often say, and Benavente, you might get this, often you have legality and you have actuality, right? So when we think about these programs and the research we do, there's obviously data out there, but what is the implication of that data? What does the research show, the anecdotes, and the information that's shared by actual people? And I think that's imperative. So that's one of the things that we're trying to build on, is to ensure that we're not just dealing in numbers and papers, because we're dealing with children, youth, peoples, families, and communities, as well as your SROs, right? Each school is a community.
Thank you very much. All right, Council, I know some of us have been able to walk out, but I'm going to call for a 5-minute break, and then we'll get back to it. Thank you. I say, who can answer? Okay. All right, we're going to call the meeting back to order now that our city manager is out of the elevator. We had a little crisis during our break, but, thank God for our first responders to help us out. So, all right, we're going to go into the public hearings. We are going to hold hearings where the city council formally seeks your input. Individuals desiring to speak in a hearing must have signed up to speak with the city clerk by name and address before this meeting begins. We will begin with the staff presentation and then we'll move into a formal hearing. 15 minutes will be allowed for those in favor and those opposed to the item of the hearing. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each unless by previous arrangement where a single spokesperson is designated, in which case the spokesperson may use the entire 15 minutes. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium and clearly state your name and address for the record. You may then address the city council. When the light changes from green to amber, you have 30 seconds remaining. The timer will ring at the end of your allotted time. I open, okay, that's it. All right, we're ready for you.
Good evening,
Stephen.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Good to see you. This is an update. Most recently, we visited with you at the November 4th work session about some possible text amendment changes regarding special use permits that would require modifying the permissible uses and categories to potentially streamline some development and encourage development diversity throughout the city. So I'll kind of run over this. You guys let me know if you have any questions in the meantime. We've gone through a number of categories that we have use types. We have a total of 296 special use permits throughout our permitted use table. We're looking to reduce that a little over 50% in some of these areas. And of course, with doing that, we're going to have to revise some of those sections in the code, some of those amendments to remove special use requirements from that table, specifically in live-work dwelling units. And one way, if we remove some of these uses, you're allowing them to potentially rezone, which would be 2 legislative hearings, 1 through the zoning commission, 1 again through council. So there's a number of sections that we're modifying and adjusting with special use permits, because we do have so many compared to our peers. And it just gets specific on the specific uses. I know we talked a little bit about some uses earlier. Some of those being personal service establishments, micro brewery, distillery, in those designated districts where they already are. Not necessarily a special use in the table. There's special use requirements, additional standards that we need to modify as well if we go through all of these actions. We have a couple options. I know we talked about some earlier, and you guys had some questions earlier. I'm open to answer any questions that you have. So I know that in our research the past couple years, we looked at single-family attached 2 to 4 family dwellings were the number 1 and number 2. Everything else just kind of came in onesie-twosies. And we've recommended not changing some because it's important for you to have that as a evidentiary hearing. So there's a lot of cases that we haven't made any recommendation to change, high hazards or those that kind of bring out the community, so to speak. But certainly welcome any suggestions you have and ready to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. So I'm getting ready. I open the required hearing Madam Clerk, please call the first speaker.
Mayor Pro Tem, we have 4 speakers in opposition. The first speaker is Miss Dee Dee Jarman.
She is not here.
Our second speaker is Miss Judy Ferrand.
She's not here.
Next speaker, Mr. Errol Jarman.
Not present.
And finally, Mr. Dawson Jarman.
Okay.
We have
Not
no
present.
further speakers.
All right. So I will go to Councilmember Hondros.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry. I need to close out the public hearing. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Hondros.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, Mr. Deaton, for that presentation. Based on some of the concerns and reservations of some residents and colleagues upstairs, I move to approve the proposed text amendments with the exception of the dwelling single-family attached and the dwelling 2 to 4 family items for further UDO Housing Ordinance Committee review and staff review and revisions at the committee's next January 21st, 2025 meeting, and approve the remaining amendments.
Okay, I've got a motion by Councilmember Hondros, a second by Councilmember Thompson. Do we have any discussion? All right, I look for you for your vote. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Hare.
I'm fine, Mayor Pro Tem. I was going to make the motion. I vote green also with this motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Hare. Missing one. There we go. All right, that is unanimous with those present. Thank you, Council. All right, we will go to 10.02.
I'll just run it. How about that? So annexation 2404, you had this earlier. You had a rezoning action of this item in your consent. I don't want to butcher the name. Sam's Towing, Sam's LLC, 3424 Cumberland Road, 2.53 acres. It is most closely aligned with District 5, Ms. Green. The city limits, you'll see the boundary there in red highlighted. The request is in the yellow hatched area. Like I said, it went to Zoning Commission, has been rezoned action earlier this evening. This is just a property boundary of said property. Will be contiguous to the city limits. So subject property, some adjacent surrounding properties on Cumberland Road. Again, the annexation map showing utilities and other elements there. So staff recommends City Council move to approve the draft ordinance for annexation 2404, 3424 Cumberland Road. Meets the requirements of North Carolina general statutes. Departments and divisions report that they can absorb the expansion of services with minimal additional resources, increase in property taxes, inclusion of city, and then county taxes will be reduced by the fire district tax. Financial impact and assumed revenue are summarized in Appendix A of your packet. So you have options. You can adopt it effective tonight, effective June 30th of 2025, or choose not to or defer any action, table annexation to a specific date in the future.
Thank you. I open the required hearing. Madam Clerk, please call our first speaker.
Mayor Pro Tem, we have 3 speakers signed up, all in favor. Our first speaker is Mr. Kouassi.
Yeah, I have 3424 Cumberland Road, And we have a record service, and we need to expand the place to put the cars. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Mr. Daniel Barron.
Hello, 5218 Hornbeam Road. We just a small company trying to build. We actually with the record service, and we on with the city rotation. So we just, trying to help out the community with the accidents and stuff like that to get all the cars picked up off of the road for people that like to abandon cars and stuff like that. So we just want to help out with the community and build our little business up, make a couple dollars. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Mr. Herbert Townsend.
Good evening, Council. My name is Herbert Towns. I'm a nationwide insurance agent. Been here in Fayetteville for 31 years practicing my business. I'm here to support Mr. Quasi. He's one of my clients in a plan that he had that we've been working on for a number of years, taking it step by step in the public safety arena to remove automobiles either been abandoned or part of an accident. We went through this process over a year ago with the county and getting the location. It was abandoned. We purchased the property, cleaned the property up, and then the opportunity became where we could expand or use our capital to buy the additional property adjacent to the property that was purchased. And then we're asking the council to approve this being a part of the city property and continue to grow our business. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no further speakers.
The hearing is now closed. So I will go to Councilmember Green.
I was prepared to make a motion, but I think that Councilmember Hondras has a question.
I do apologize. I did not see these names. Okay, Councilmember Hondros.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Green. I do have one question for the applicant, whoever would like to speak for them. Typically, when we support an annexation, it's effective that night. Is there a preference? Would you all prefer it to be June 30 or 25, or would you rather it be tonight for whoever wants to respond to the applicant?
Since it's been approved, we'd like to do it as soon as possible.
That's what I thought. I was just checking. I was just checking. I'm prepared to make a motion, and I defer to my colleague, Green, if you want to make it.
So, Councilmember McNair?
I was going to second.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Councilmember Thompson? Okay, well, okay. So I'm going to defer back to Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. There seems to be a little bit of confusion up here, but these are difficult hearing procedures. Anyway, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the annexation that has been petitioned for to allow them to annex into the corporate limits of the city of Fayetteville, the property located at 3424 Cumberland Road.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Green and a second by Councilmember McNair.
Effective today. I'm sorry, I needed to add that effective today.
Effective today. You got that, City Attorney? Okay, so I will call for the vote. Councilmember Hare.
Green.
Waiting on one more. All right, that is unanimous with those present. We're having a great night. Thank you, Council. So, Council, our next item up for discussion is evidentiary hearings. I'm going to go to Councilmember Benavente.
Yes, at this time, I make a motion to recuse Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Jensen. On the basis of her owning property in the area.
All right, can I get a second? All right, I'd like to call for the vote.
Green.
I guess I can't vote. Okay, I'm waiting on Hondros and McNair, yes? You did. Okay, that is unanimous with those present. So Councilmember Banks McLaughlin will come in and run the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is the evidentiary hearing. We now move into hearing that requires the City Council to hear sworn testimony. This is an evidentiary hearing. The City Council decision must be based on the competent material of substantial evidence presented in the hearing. All those who wish to speak must be sworn in to provide their testimony under oath. Council, if there's a need to disclose any ex parte communications regarding this matters, please do so. City Attorney, I asked that you affirm all those who are a participant in the hearing. After that, professional staff will present the case before us. I now open up the evidentiary hearing, and I'll ask the applicants to begin to make their presentation in case.
I need to swear in. We have 12 citizens that have signed up for this public hearing.
You want to go ahead and present the first to swear in?
Yeah, I'll call their names out. Okay. Miss Kendra Conyers, Miss Deb Barton, Miss Stephanie LaFrance, Mr. Lawrence Garcia, Miss Holly Grob, Mr. Carabello, Miss Leslie Mitchell, Miss Tammy Garcia, Miss Aurora Bellavel, Miss Janetta Holloman, Mr. Adolph Holloman, Miss Lathita Porter. If you could all stand, please, and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Okay, now we'll open up the evidentiary hearing.
Good evening, Council. This first evidentiary hearing you have before you is a property located at 6302 Cool Shade Drive. This is in District 3. Currently, the property is a single-family detached home, just under a half acre. They're looking to reduce the separation requirements between a small group home and an adjacent group home. And you'll see a map here in a moment, but there's a half-mile separation between these types of like uses. There's another group home within about 2,100 feet, which is just inside of that half-mile area. So they're coming to you for that separation requirement. A small group home is defined as a home containing 2 to 6 people of disability. And so this particular one, if it weren't for the half-mile separation issue, would be able to go in the neighborhood without this permit, but because they're within a half mile of another group home, that's why we're here this evening. So just to give you an idea of where the property is located, this is in the Cottonade subdivision on Cool Shade Drive. You've got Yadkin Road right out here. Our land use plan, our current zoning is SF10 for everything around the property. Our current zoning, our land use plan is low density residential in that area. This is what the property currently looks like. And these are some of the surrounding homes. As you can tell, they all look basically the same. Very similar neighborhood there. You have a couple of options tonight. One, to move to approve this special use permit, seeing that all the findings have been met. And option two, to disapprove, finding that one or more of the findings have not been met. If you would, hold off on your questions of staff till after you finish the evidentiary hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, first I'll ask the applicant to begin to make their presentation of case. We'll start with the first name.
Our first speaker is Ms. Kendra Conyers.
And as you approach the podium, can you, for the record, state your name and address in relation to this case?
My name is Kendra Conyers, and I also have with me the staff and owners of the property for the hearing as well.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to go ahead and open up the hearing.
Good evening. I am James
He didn't sign up to
speak. Councilmember Banks McLaughlin. I just want to confirm who's at the podium and who has signed up and been sworn in.
So y'all sworn in, we're the owners of the property and also the people that will be running the facility.
Okay, so I have Ms. Kendra Conyers.
Yeah, I'm the applicant.
Okay, so unfortunately, you'd be the only one that would be entitled to speak today. You have to sign up, and then you also have to be sworn in.
Do you want me to proceed?
Yeah, and I was going to say again, for the record, please state your name
Okay.
and presentation to the case.
My name is Kendra Conyers, address 6302 Cool Shade Drive.
Okay, and you can provide your testimony regarding this case.
Okay. First, I would just like to introduce myself. I'm a college graduate with a master's degree in counseling, currently pursuing my PhD in counseling psychology. The proposed multi-unit assisted housing with services at 6302 Cool Shade Drive, Fayetteville, North Carolina, presents an exceptional opportunity to enhance our community in numerous ways. Number one, compliance with standards. This special use permit, this will comply with the applicable standards. Our development will strictly adhere to applicable standards, conditions, and specifications outlined in local ordinance, particularly in Section 34C. We are committed to engaging city planners and community leaders to ensure compliance with every regulatory requirement. Harmony with community. The multi-unit assisted housing facility is designed to be in harmony with the existing neighborhood, fostering inclusive and welcoming atmospheres for residents. By providing essential services within the housing complex, we will create synergies with the local community. Public and safety. This development will prioritize health and safety of its residents and the surrounding community. Our facility will be equipped with necessary safety features to include cameras, curfew, frequent visits to the house, as well as the landline. We will also be providing professional health services, including wellness programs and assistance that enhance the well-being of the residents while reducing the burden of local emergency services. Alignment with land use. So this property is currently already zoned SF10, and so there wouldn't be any alterations to what is already the land use and policies for this development. In regards to enhancing property values, this special use would not substantially injure the value of the land. Not only will this facility serve as a public necessity, but it will also bolster property values. Since obtained in 2020, we have increased the value of this property 150% by gutting bathrooms, adding more kitchen, redoing flooring, countertops, things of that sort. The compliance and regulation. Our proposal is designed to be in full compliance with city, state, and federal laws, regulations, ensuring that the multi-unit assisted housing facility operates within legal framework. This commitment to governance and transparency serves to establish trust and confidence. So in conclusion, this multi-unit assistant housing with a particular emphasis on serving veterans, like my brother who is a Marine, my father who is 20 years retired from the Army. So this is a unique opportunity to enhance the quality of life for the residents, those who served in the military. And so what this is a multi-unit assistant housing with services. We're providing food, we'll be providing hot meals, of course, electricity, water, all the necessities. And so this isn't a group home. However, I was told that it falls under that category, being a multi-unit assisted housing. They are independent residences or independent residents that will stay there. They don't need 24-hour care.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Having listened to the your testimony, Madam Clerk, if you want to call the next speaker.
Yeah.
You guys can have a
Our
seat.
next
Thank you.
speaker is Ms. Holly Grubb.
Ms. Holly Grove. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
If
I
you-
just need a clarification on a time limit. I understand the evidentiary meetings, hearings are a little bit different time element. Is that correct?
Yes.
So there is no time limit?
That is correct, that there is no time limit. However, the testimony needs to be what we would say germane. You know, it needs to be on topic, competent, substantial material evidence. So.
Thank you.
And ma'am, if you could state your name and address, please.
I will. My name is Holly Grobe, and my address is 630 Galloway Drive.
And your relation to the case.
I live in this housing area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, city staff, and citizens. My name is Holly Grobe, and I live at 630 Galloway Drive in Cottonade. Cottonade is described as a single-dwelling, peaceful, family-friendly neighborhood in Fayetteville, North Carolina. It's known for its clean, tree-lined streets. Next-door neighbors love the convenience of nearby amenities and the friendly atmosphere that makes it a pleasant and harmonious place to live. Can I have a show of hands of the community of Cottonade that's here this evening? Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it. You'll be hearing from some of the residents this evening that are signed up to speak. All of us have come to support our efforts to address the concerns of what we understood was a small group home. And I'll refer to that in the application that was given to us. There seems to be some question on the definition of small group home or multi-assisted living. I and Deb Barton are speaking on behalf of our community, and we're addressing, I think, what you have in your packet. I'm going to be looking and referring to the actual application. Do you all have that? Okay. I'll also be referring to a letter that we all received within the 1,000-foot radius, if you all have that as well. Okay, great. And then there'll be some references made from the special use permits in North Carolina. So you should hopefully have all those documents available. Okay, I wanted to start by giving you a little bit of background how this happened. It's been a very short time frame for us. A letter was sent out on the 12th of November. We also observed the sign on the property about this, what we understood was a small group home. If I want to refer to the letter number P2406, that is incorrect. It should read SU. So it led us in a different direction to include the QR code down at the bottom of the page. That also took us to another property. The particular case, P2406, was a legislative hearing in January in 2024 for another property. And then, however, I will note in the second paragraph on this letter, it does state the code. It should have appeared as SUP or Special Use Permit 24-06. So right off the bat, we had a lot of confusion with what was happening here. We did reach out to Mr. Harmon, and he was able to let us know what exactly was going on because it was placed on the property at 6302. And I'm going to refer to the special use permit as SUP. It's generated a high level of interest and reactions in the Cottonade community. In the short time span that we had, we gathered as a community 4 times, either in small groups or as a community, to discuss our concerns, to gather petitions that are opposing this small group home as we understand it, to answer questions. And we also, many of us reached out to Mr. Harmon. Our community opposition to the SUP group home in our neighborhood begins with the SUP itself, which states a group home must have a minimum separation of a half-mile requirement between the facilities serving persons with disabilities in order to maintain the single, non-institutional character of a neighborhood. Clustering, and I think in your packet you've got a map where it shows the other homes in the area to prevent the clustering. Clustering group homes can be problematic because it creates a concentrated area of individuals with similar needs, potentially leading to a sense of segregation, reduced access to broader community integration, and it can stigmatize the residents, essentially creating a labeled neighborhood, rather than allowing for dispersed, normalized living situations within the community. You also have a handout in your packet that's dated August 3rd, 2006. It's an article entitled Ordinance Law Limits Location and Number of Group Homes in Fayetteville. The density that's been clustered in Cumberland County is excessive, according to Andreas Ringel. And in addition, the article states that Fayetteville is identified as having more group homes than any other city in the state. So in reviewing the application now, so I'll be speaking about that. There are 6 standards that we understand must be met in order for this to be approved. I'll be addressing on the first page, there is, and I also would ask for clarification, if somebody could help me out with this. On the very first page, and now I'm referring to the actual application special use permit, line number 3, it talks about 8 findings of fact, and my understanding is 6 standards need to be met. Can anybody explain the other 2? Is it actually the paragraph, perhaps, on the first page of the application, A and B? Does that count as 7 and 8, or 1 and 2, and then the rest are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8? Can anybody clarify that for me?
Yeah, I can just quickly clarify that. Here a few years ago, City Council reduced the number of findings, and it appears that that permit online has not been updated to reflect that. So it went from 8 findings down to 6.
So it's the 6
It is
standards then that we're
6.
addressing. Thank you. Okay. Okay, back to the application. The 6 standards we understand have to be met. I will also be addressing A and B, which asks the questions. It asks for a description. It asks for employees. It asks for the type of population that's going to be served. And then I will address the 3 standards, and Deb Barton will address 4 through 6, and then she'll have a closing statement. So with that, I want to go ahead and just tell you in general, we found this particular application, the community, as we discussed this and shared our feelings about it, that it was incomplete, confusing, and inconsistent. And it left us with many questions and concerns. So I'm going to start on page 2, right up at A, where it says,
Excuse me,
Yes,
ma'am.
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
Yes, thank you. Okay. A says, provide a written description of the proposed special use, including summary of existing uses and the proposed use or activity in detail. Also include hours and days of operation, number of employees, and number of clients. The applicant clearly states here that she's seeking a special use permit for a small group home facility. She goes on to talk about the requirements not being 24-hour care, but rather 24-hour supervision. However, she does not answer the question of the number of employees and the number of clients. Okay, if we go down to B, on the same page 2, paragraph B, the facility is now described as an independent living accommodation, whereas in paragraph A, it was described as a small group home. And I did reach out to Mr. Harmon and asked him, because on this letter, it states that the SUP 2406 is for a special use permit to allow a group home / assisted living facility. So I asked Mr. Harmon, what is it? Is it a small group home, or is it an assisted living facility? They both have their own definitions, and they also have different things that they require, that they have to meet. So back to the paragraph, again, she's referring to it as an independent living accommodation, whereas in paragraph A, it was described as a small group home. This has caused confusion in knowing exactly what population the facility will serve. In fact, the applicant refers to the facility in various ways throughout the application. And as I stated, each one of these have their own definition and their own requirements of the population. So in this application, right here, she refers to this facility 10 different ways: a small group home, an assisted living option, an independent living accommodation, a multi-unit assisted housing, an assisted housing development, an assisted housing facility, an assisted living facility, assisted housing home, and assisted housing option for older adults and individuals with special needs. Moreover, the applicant uses a range of descriptions from independent living to assisted, and also a high level of care. So that's a big range. We have no idea exactly the population that this is going to be served, and we feel that that's a very important detail. Also on page 2, paragraph B, second paragraph, the applicant states the zoning designation of the assisted living option is well suited for the surrounding residential character. Residential character is described, the definition, as the physical characteristics of a residential dwelling which identify it as providing living accommodations as opposed to being a place of business. This is key for place of business, because when you go in and you start accommodating and putting in parking spaces and you accommodate for pedestrians, it definitely changes the facility. We contend this facility will affect the residential character and harmony by disrupting the quiet neighborhood with increased traffic, noise from staff and healthcare vehicles coming and going, and the required modifications of additional parking, as I stated, and pedestrians. We feel the facility will have a negative effect on the residential nature of the particular street and present itself as a place of business. As I look over, this is just a statistic that I have found. and that is, it talks about, it's an overview, and it's talking about multiple studies addressing how people in general feel about group homes, either being in close proximity or when they go to purchase a property and they become aware of a group home. And there's a range between 20 to 60% people, big range, but still something to address, that they would, they express reluctance in purchasing or living next to one. That's just page 2. I'm ready to cover my 3 standards. The first one is on page 3. Standard 1, it indicates how the SUP complies with all applicable standards, conditions, and specifications in this ordinance, including in section 30-4C. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I would imagine you would know this, that 30-4C, that covers public and institutional uses. Is that correct?
Excuse me, ma'am, you're providing testimony right now, so you may just provide that testimony.
Okay. All right. So can he clarify that or no? Okay, that's my understanding. When I look this up, we're talking about it covers public and institutional uses. Okay, the applicant states 5 reasons that she is in compliance. And each one of these, I just have short comments about them. The minimum lot size, it's already been established that we are in an SF10 neighborhood, which does allow small group homes. We're aware of that. The second one is off-street parking spaces to accommodate residents of staff. We don't know how many staff there's going to be. That was not provided to us. We don't know how many employees they're going to be. So we don't know how many parking places. We know that there is a section that specifically states, depending on how many employees you have, how much parking is going to be needed. But we don't know how many employees are going to be there. Building design, site layout with architectural and landscaping standards. You have pictures, I believe, in your packet. I think it's pretty apparent that there are going to have to be some major modifications made to serve this population. And I haven't heard anything about a small group home buffer, which is usually something that separates. It might be through landscaping, it might be a tree line, it might be a fence, it might be something like that. I don't even know if that's happening, so I haven't seen or anything about that. Number 4 is necessary safety and accessibility features. I believe the applicant addressed that. And number 5, compliance with an additional use-specific standards or requirements relevant to assisted housing. Again, assisted housing. Assisted housing is a broader term that encompasses various types of living situations with assistance. Not a small group. It's not a small group home. Small group home is a specific type of assisted living that typically refers to a smaller setting that's focused on a population needing specific care. Okay, the second standard that needs to be met is describe how the special use will be in harmony with the area in which it's located. We feel that the applicant responded to how the residents of the multi-unit assisted housing will be in harmony with the neighborhood rather than how the facility itself will be in harmony and compatible with our neighborhood. According to the UNC School of Government, and that would be in the special use permits in North Carolina, that 26-page document, it states that a detailed review is needed to assure that the particular location and design proposed will in fact be compatible with the immediate surroundings. Harmony with an area group home means that a particular group home is designed to seamlessly integrate with the surrounding neighborhood, meaning it fits. with the existing character and style of the homes. And I believe she referred, perhaps it was Mr. Harmon that referred to some pictures that he posted. And yes, it is surrounded by homes. They all look the same, but she's going to have to make modifications. And it's because of that that we feel it does not fit in harmony. The existing character and style of the homes nearby causing minimal disruption is supposed to be taken into consideration and a sense of compatibility with the community. So some examples would be an aesthetic compatibility. It addresses the architecture and the exterior design. It would have to align with the other houses. When you start putting in parking lots, when you accommodate pedestrian, this particular house has, it's a 3-bedroom with 1 driveway, 1 garage, and 1 sidewalk that leads from the driveway into the house. Social harmony is another example of compatibility, and the group home should not negatively impact overall sense of peace and well-being in the neighborhood. And since we are not clear on the population that's being served due to the multiple descriptions of the facility, we are currently not at peace. And we feel the facility is not a good fit for the community. And because of the extensive architecture and landscaping modifications for this facility that will make it appear as a place of business, it will affect our long-term peace. And just to finish standard 2, some comments. People choose to live or spend their leisure time in particular neighborhoods. We choose as a community to maintain the character and the harmony of a very quiet residential neighborhood. We contend, some of the challenging problems when you have a neighborhood and harmony is affected are things like safety, noise concerns, parking issues, perceived property value loss, and a lack of communication. So we contend that passing an SUP for this facility when there is another facility located less than a half a mile away is not in harmony or a good fit for our neighborhood. The last standard that I wanted to cover indicates the special use permit will not materially endanger the public health or safety if located where proposed and developed according to the plan is submitted and approved. This means that placing the facility in the residential area obviously would not significantly pose a risk. And they're talking about things like potential hazards like environmental impacts or traffic concerns. The applicant states proposed small group home will be in compliance. She cites 5 factors. The first one, site design and layout. I talked a little bit about that already. Parking spaces are going to be needed, separation of vehicular and pedestrian traffic. There is a bus stop located right between this house and the one next door. So if you go to put sidewalks in and parking spaces and you're separating vehicular and pedestrian traffic, there's going to be a change in appearance of that property. Building and fire safety, and because we're unsure of the population, are the doors going to be locked? Do we have to worry about perhaps people that wander? We're just so unclear, again, about the population. We know that the safety, that she stated that the safety features will be in place, and we believe she'll do that, but we have questions about that. Access to emergency services, it addresses hospital, police, fire, and she is within distance of that. Management and supervision. And this particular one is of great concern, so I want to ask you please to turn, excuse me, to page 3. It's down at the bottom, and it's number 4, and this is what it says. Management and supervision. The assisted housing will be operated by experienced and qualified staff who are trained to provide a high level of care and support to the residents. Comprehensive policies and procedures will be in place to maintain a safe and secure environment. My concern is a high level of care. A high level of care is a more extensive level of care that's needed with a person's health, and perhaps when it's deteriorating, it just depends on the changes, whether it's improving or getting worse. A high level of care refers to ongoing and extensive assistance in most areas of personal care for an adult that is aging and any health care needs. The applicant states in the document on page, I'm referring all the way back to the beginning, where she is asked to define the facility. Listed as a small group home, and it will, applicant states in the document that the small group home will not accommodate individuals requiring 24-hour care, but rather 24-hour support services are available. If a high level of care is required, again, what population is being served, and is it a good fit for our community? I conclude my remarks by respectfully requesting that you deny the special use permit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Grubb. Madam Clerk, can you call the next applicant?
Yes. Our next speaker is Ms. Deb Barton.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
If you can state your name and address.
Yes, my name is Deb Barton. I live at 507 Halifax Drive, which is in the Cottonade community. I am also the president of the Cottonade Community Watch Association. I'm very honored to be speaking with all of you tonight, and I am speaking in opposition for this special use permit to be passed at 6302 Cool Shade. I'm representing many individuals that could not be here this evening. For one, Ann Kishlicki. She wanted to speak. She was very concerned, and she was the one that first sent me the copy of the letter that said that, guess what? We're going to try and do this. She was, like I said, going to be here this evening, but she's with her husband right now who has suffered a heart attack, and so they're at a hospital. She was going to bring her next door neighbor, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams cannot see to drive at night, so he was not able to be here this evening. So I want it understood that I'm representing their feelings as well as mine. When the letter first came out, people got it on a Monday, and I was notified about it and said, what are you going to do? I guess they think I can do things about lots of stuff. But it just so happened we had our community watch meeting the next Tuesday in question. This was brought up, and a lot of topics fell by the wayside because this was the key topic. Everyone voted against wanting a group home in our neighborhood. Cottonade is well established. A lot of the homes were built in the early 60s. It is a residential area of single-family homes. Many of the residents are elderly, or they are active duty military, so that means they're not quite as elderly. We have quite a diverse community. People have expressed opposition to this proposal not only at our regular monthly meeting, but some other smaller group meetings as we have described, including we had a meeting on Saturday afternoon, and honestly, there were more people there than usually attend a community watch meeting. So this gives you an indication of how strongly people are feeling about this. Now, I had them give you a packet which has several things in it. The first one on top is a beautiful home. It's 1,326 square feet of housing. Mine is 1,601 square feet. And I know my 3-bedroom home, one of the bedrooms, it might be big enough to be a walk-in closet. But that's how small of a home we're dealing with. The second picture shows you the driveway that certainly wouldn't be safe for anyone. The third picture shows the front door and the walkway to the front door with a rather unusual drainage system sticking out of it. The next picture is a picture of a retaining wall and some rocks and a telephone pole. And you say, well, what's that all about? That retaining wall is next door to the house in question. That retaining wall is where the school bus picks up school children. The next picture is black and white, but it shows another kind of funky drainage area that would be of concern for any disabled or handicapped folks living in the subdivision. The next picture in the packet is just of the backyard. The next picture is actually a graphic which you saw up on the screen, and it shows where the house is and the fact that another road comes into it as kind of a T. Well, a crooked T, but a T, all the same. And why is that important? Because when we're talking about parking and parking on the street, again, this is a single-car driveway. Parking on the street would be a kind of difficult since you've got another street coming into that area. And let us not forget, the streets in Cottonade aren't all that wide. Parking on both sides of the streets is almost impossible. The next picture in the packet is of the distance between the proposed facility and the facility that already exists. The next picture is kind of a cluster. I could say a cluster something, but I won't. It shows Genesis, a New Beginning, which is the facility that's within our buffer zone. And then if you look at all of the other red circles, they have homes also. Now, I know that I'm supposed to be addressing 4, 5, and 6. The special use request is in conformity with the city's adopted land use plans and policies. We may not necessarily agree with those plans and policies, but it is in conformity. The special use permit will not substantially injure the value of abutting land, or the special use is a public necessity. Holly mentioned that Fayetteville had a large number of homes. In fact, they said more than a lot of other areas that you would expect those homes to be in. So we question, is it truly a public necessity? And does it injure the value of property? Well, I did some Googling, Chroming, and Safaring on my different apparatuses to find out what is really real about, does it affect value? It affects the perception of value. If you have a group home move in next to you, then you're wondering if you're going to be able to sell your house. Now, I know some of you are real estate people, and you know that you're not allowed to say there's a group home next door to you, but people can find that out in different ways. Is it going to prevent someone from buying? The research I did said that 60% of people would not want to buy next to a group home. 60%. And I want you to think about it. Would you? I did find one study that said, oh, property values will increase. But let me tell you about that particular study. That study had to do with Oxford homes. Oxford homes are found not only in the United States, but also in Canada and the United Kingdom. Oxford homes deal with substance abuse, sexual addiction type recovery homes, facilities. But they go into neighborhoods where there may not be very good homes to begin with. I can give you an example. In Wichita, Kansas, the area that the home moved into was built in the 1920s, 1930s, and those homes had deteriorated. Many of them were empty shells. No one lived in them, boarded up. You know, that would think you that's an area ripe for gentrification, but that's not necessarily what happened. People built this group home, which was a lovely group home. Nice amenities in this group home. And yeah, the value of that property really increased. But not necessarily the property around it. Again, I'm sure that this does comply with all other relevant state, federal laws and regulations. But also in your packet, I included the definitions of some of the different types of facilities. And there are multiple types of facilities described in the application. The multi-unit home, generally a multi-unit home, is separate little areas, like they have a little kitchen and the bedroom, and maybe there's a common room, but it doesn't really fit with a single use home like we have in Cotton-Aid. I particularly like this quote from Roxanne Sorensen. She's an aging life care specialist and owner of Elder Care Solutions in New York. The definition of assisted living can mean many things in the housing world. By and large, the concept of assisted living is simply that older adults move into a facility where they can receive assistance with the daily task of living. And a group home. It can be for the developmentally disabled. Youth homes providing shelter for abused, neglected, or runaway youth. Substance abuse recovery, focused on helping individuals recover from addiction. Low-income group homes aimed at providing affordable housing. Specialized treatment homes offering specific treatment for issues like autism or inappropriate sexual behavior. I understand Ms. Conyers stated tonight that this would be for veterans. Well, veterans can suffer from all of those type of problems. What kind of problems will these veterans be suffering from, and what are their needs going to be? I, too, have a master's degree. I have 2 postgraduate degrees. I'm a nurse practitioner by trade. I'm retired from the Veterans hospital system here in Fayetteville and the surrounding areas. I am also a veteran myself. I know lots and lots of veterans that suffer from different issues. Currently, I'm working with the homeless, which includes a lot of veterans. Some of these people probably would not be eligible for a home like this, but that doesn't mean that they might not get into it. And there was also a statement from WRAL, which one of them was from 2002, and I know that's 22 years ago, and the world changes immensely in 22 years. But 22 years ago, they did a program on how group homes did change property values. So, I want to just run by you. We get crime statistics for what kind of police calls, fire department calls might be in our area. And if you take a page like this, sometimes we come down to just half a page in CottonAid. We're very proud of that. We feel like our community watch system has really improved on that. But on Cool Shade, there were only 4 calls in the last 2.5 years. 4 calls. One of them was a well-being check. One of them was, well, actually 2 of them were burglar alarm going off, but nothing was found other than the burglar alarm. So we want to keep our community like that, and certainly the residents on Cool Shade want to keep their street just like that, free of police calls, free of problems, and hopefully with no parking issues. I happen to have petitions. People were very active. I have all of these petitions that were against it. I think we have 108 signatures, if we counted correctly. And I would be glad to turn them in to whomever would want to receive these to look at them. There are addresses for all of the names and signatures.
You can give them to our clerk, and she'll pass it by.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that is an indication of how we feel about having a group home in our neighborhood. In conclusion, I would just like to say that we would like to keep CottonAid as single-family dwelling. And if there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
That'll be all. Thank you, Ms. Barton.
Okay.
Councilmember Bates McLaughlin. It has come to my attention that there are some documents on the dais, and I just wanted to get an individual's name for them. Who provided the documents here? Okay. Deb.
It was a group effort, ma'am.
Okay, no problem.
I'm the one that brought him in.
No problem. We just want to have that for the record. And has the applicant been provided a copy? Because the applicant should be provided a copy and the opportunity to cross-examine any witnesses regarding what was provided.
Ooh, they told me to bring 13, and that's all I brought. But I can give her mine. I asked that. Can I say anything?
No, I'm sorry, you can't. But if we could just get a copy for the applicant so that it can be properly before the council, and then the applicant would have an opportunity to review that and cross-examine any witnesses that speak to that.
Thank you, City Attorney. Madam Clerk, can you call the next speaker? And thank you all for being patient. I think we have probably about 9 other speakers, so please think about other people's times.
Our next speaker is Ms. Stephanie LaFrance.
Hi there, and thank you all for listening to me. I have been a resident of Cottonade neighborhood since 1972.
Before you start, good afternoon. If you can just state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. My
It's
name's
okay.
Stephanie LaFrance, and I live at 608 York Road. I have lived there for 57 years. Well, minus the 3 before we moved in, but since 1972. This is ridiculous. The area that she wants to put this in is so small, there is no way it can accommodate a home with several people in it. And what will that do to the children who wait at the school bus that I can watch from my sliding glass door every morning? And, excuse me, and those children, we don't know who's going to be in this home from her. It's going to be this, it's going to be that. We don't want it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk, if you can call out the next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Our next speaker is Mr. Lawrence Garcia.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia.
Hello.
If you could state your name and address for me.
My name is Lawrence Garcia, as you said, and I lived at 6421 Whitehall Drive in the affected neighborhood, Cottonade. Yes. So, good evening. I would like to speak tonight. We had a big presentation by the police chief. That's great. And I would like to speak to the matter of upholding the law. Okay. So a few years ago, a series of infamous articles emblazoned WRAL.
Excuse me, sir. This is a formal proceeding, and your testimony has to be related to the application.
100%.
So just wanted to clarify that, okay?
Are you saying it's not in some fashion? It's totally related. Yeah. A few years ago, a series of infamous articles emblazoned WRAL and other news outlet denigrating Fayetteville as the de facto group home capital of the Carolinas. This is fact. Okay. After serious deliberation, our local governing bodies enacted buffer zones surrounding existing and future group homes to preclude yet more new ones from cropping up in too close of a proximity. No one is disputing the need for and the importance of such homes, but in fact, we are accommodating many patients from outside of our area at the expense of losing residential housing for our own local citizens, which we all know is a primary concern, even as of this date. The ordinance as it stands provides a well-needed buffer between group homes as a precaution against changing the character of family neighborhoods through an overabundance and density of such entities. I'm going to take exception with the introductory speakers who said, well, it's 200 feet is close to half a mile. That's really not. It's 8/10. It's 80% of the distance, but anyone who knows about pizza, just think about circles like pizzas, okay? It's 80% of the distance, but it's actually 60% of the overlap. There's 36%. It's really not even close to meeting the standards of the buffer at all, really, when you think about it, if you do the math correctly. All right. And also, the applicant went on about being a veteran. I'm going to say I'm a veteran. I'm going to say we have big representation tonight from Cottonade. And guess what? We're a veteran community. We're a military community. That's what we were founded on. Great. We're there. We understand the needs of veterans as well as anyone. But that being the case, I'm going to tell a little story. As a veteran, when I was a lowly sergeant deployed in the Army, One time, I failed to order a piece of required equipment from our published set inventory rule. I just felt that it was superfluous. I decided, okay, no, it's not really needed, even though the rule says this. As you can imagine, I got into some trouble for ignoring official guidance. My captain then took the time to tell me, Sergeant Garcia, if you feel there's something wrong with the regulation, you can't just ignore it, you have to enact a change. So if we feel like this buffer, this half mile, getting close to it is somehow acceptable, then that would be a matter for the council to address on a separate day and say, well, maybe we want to change the buffer so that if it's 80% or 60% there, then that's the new standard that we want to go with. But I think it's pretty fine the way it is. I think most people would agree. So likewise, when our community and leaders realized we needed to enact control measures into the code of law, they did so in an organized and even-handed manner. That ordinance ought therefore to be upheld and ought not to be wavered lightly or on an individual whim. Let's take for an example, someone speeding down the road and they get stopped. Well, if they're rushing to the hospital to deliver a baby, for instance, then they'll likely be given a police escort to assist them on their way, so they meet that standard. But otherwise, they're going to get tagged for speeding unnecessarily. And there's very few valid exceptions. And I think the same thing applies here. So as to the current matter, I emphasize that we should be maintaining the standard, and any deviations from the same must rise to the level of superseding those standards altogether, not applied ad lib at the whims of those preying upon the system. The code itself should be upheld, or if the code is no longer relevant, then the code itself should be rewritten. Now, even if the council feels that it is no longer appropriate to maintain a buffer between group homes, the present matter should be tabled until the issue is properly readdressed comprehensively. But here we have a request to override the statutes. That's okay, they can put in that request. One would think that such a case would have to be so meritorious and so outstanding in order to do so, yet all we have witnessed is sloppily prepared forms and disinformation, vague responses, and the like. Certainly, this applicant has not proven themselves to be anywhere near model landlords under ordinary circumstances. Information which can be provided from close-by neighbors. I'm sure some of them will be willing to vouch for the circumstances of this particular house and owner. They'll freely tell you of multiple negative experiences from the owner and the landlord. Yet now, the same substandard operator is suddenly requesting a higher level of care. Nor is there any indication that this group home will be in congruence with the surrounding Cottonade community. We are an established neighborhood of modest to somewhat more upscale, single-family homes, and the person requesting the permit keeps using the word multi-unit. I'm like with Deb before, multi-unit. So now you're talking about a 1,300 square foot home, and now it's going to turn into multi-unit. So what's that going to involve? That's going to be some serious changes they're looking to do. Okay, but we have family homes of reasonable size, all look pretty much the same, right? Until we go modifying them to make them multi-unit. That's a total change. Maintained through hard work, heartfelt commitment, and neighbors supporting neighbors. A peaceful community of homeowners caring about their properties without current encroachment by multi-unit group homes or the like. I think with all the confusion about what type of home it is, the word multi-unit just keeps popping up, and that stands out more than any of these other concerns to me. Nothing in the presentation by the party requesting the variance indicates they will be that exception to the rule so deserving of bypassing the standards. In fact, all indications point to a potential problem which we should not open that door to, because if once somehow they are permitted, then almost certainly future concerns will be that much harder to handle. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Madam Clerk, if you can call the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mr. Caraballo.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Joan Caraballo. My address is 6306 Cool Shade Drive, which is the house right next to where they want to do this. All I can say is, right in front of the house, like they said before, there's a school bus stop right there. If they're planning to put multifamilies over there, I don't know how they're going to put multifamilies. My house is 2,100 square foot. My master bedroom is 15 by 15. I can barely put a queen-size bed in there. My other concern is I have a 6-year-old, I have a 16-year-old daughter. They're both asthmatic. She says she cares about veterans. I'm a 21-year disabled veteran. Right now, still going through PTSD. And I don't know what kind of service they're going to do over there. And according to the last couple tenants, it's been a problem because of the drug use I've been doing over there. Police has been there twice. And now with the people, the families they want to put in there, that's my concern. If they're going to put employees over there, they got to bring maybe buses, maybe different cars. It's going to be more traffic. Every day, morning and afternoons, you see every ages walking on the streets, doing exercises, because it's barely traffic. I bought the house because I was looking for that. I can't live in a place where noise and stuff like that because it aggravates me. I love my house. I love my neighborhood. And I barely get out of the house. I'm always there. They said they did all renovations and stuff on the house. You can go tomorrow morning and you're going to see the conditions of that house. That backyard, the last time it was taken over was last summer. It just, they go like once every 2 months, they pick up the pine cones, they cut the grass in front, and that's it. That backyard, the grass was up almost like that tall, and they have to bring a crew of like 3 people, and they actually bring equipment to cut the grass over there. So it is, I don't know who's going to bring the families or the people that are going to leave the house, but that's my concern. Because if it's the landlord that's going to bring it, it's going to be a trouble. Because I can't afford having my daughter and my son, which is severe asthmatic, having problems with the condition that is going to be over there. I'm not saying it's going to be useful, but it's a red flag for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
Miss Leslie Mitchell?
And for the rest of the speakers, please keep in mind that it needs to relate to the 6 findings, so make sure you stay in that category. Thank you.
Good evening, city manager, council, staff, and members. Give me a second. My name is Leslie. I live on 500 block of Comstock Court. I grew up in a rental property that is located in Summerhill. And I have also lived in 2 homes, one of which was in Cottonade, and one that is currently owned by my parents. If my parents could raise their hands for me, if they're here. Thank you. Council, each of you, I wonder, have you read Ms. Kendra's application before today from beginning to end? I also wonder if you have also read the special use permit guidelines that has been published by the School of Government from front to end before today or before you all did your reviews. The reason I'm asking that is because I understand that some of these courses that are offered by the School of Government, certifications and such, is not necessarily required for your roles. And I know that a lot of your rulings may also be based off of experiences and quick studies. So the application, as Ms. Holly and Deb and my father had already presented, it says that, give me a second. It says that the burden of production and persuasion needs to be met. In short, that paragraph indicates that if an application is incomplete, that you all have the power to reject the application. Besides that, I think a page above it, it speaks to the being able to adequately meet the evidence requirements, which I don't believe that has been met either, and a lot of our supporters here and that the ones that have not been able to make it do agree with that. I ask that you all do not take this application at face value. I ask that you really hear the concerns that we've made here today. I was an active party in the collection of information, so I do know more details, but I'll be considerate of your time today and the audience as well. With that being said, like I said, I'm not here just on my parents' behalf. Nor am I here thinking, okay, I'm going to inherit my parents' property one day because it is in Cottonade. I, too, am a homeowner in a neighboring area. So, for example, I tried to live in Cottonade at once upon a time. My realtor told me that I was in the scope, even though my application clearly stated New Ponderosa. Long story short, I live in New Ponderosa, but I'm still proud to be there because guess what? I am next to Cottonade, and the value that comes along with that and the benefits that come along with that. I'm sorry, I'm trying to shorten this as we're going. My concerns are that obviously the potential safety risk that we share, especially within a group home setting. We're talking about group homes, but I know that you all can clearly see, you have eyes, you are very intelligent, articulate, well-spoken. I've heard you talk to the other people here. I think you all witnessed on your own, like we did in the audience in this room today, that Ms. Kendra Connors did not understand exactly where her plan fit within the group home. She said, I believe, and I'm not trying to quote, but she said that she was told to file under a group home. So to me, in short, that is a concern, and that may attest to why there were many inconsistencies with her paperwork, which is why I'm also asking you all not to accept it as at face value. I do believe that a plan, I did believe, let's say within the last 3, 4, 5 days, that a plan existed. Unfortunately, I was not able to obtain a copy because it has been very difficult reaching out to your administration, not at this level necessarily, but the other departments. You all mentioned diversity and, Kendra mentioned diversity and there being a need to express diversity. I believe that has been met. If, like I said, you all can see, my father is of one nationality, my mother is of another. We are all three different age ranges. We all have several different ailments, to speak. Some visible, obviously, some not. I wear glasses. But the point is, we definitely try to include everyone who is here. We do not necessarily have a need or an ask for any type of group home in our community. And the biggest thing that we are concerned with is it appropriate within the scope that is being proposed? And it is not. Okay, so we are clearly in the Westover area. If we pull up documents, if you all did a Google search on what's the best neighborhoods in Fayetteville, you will see that Westover area, which Cottonade as well as Ponderosa is a part of. We are one of the 10, if not in the top 3 each time, meaning that we are a desired community. So I'm just going to talk in freehand just a little bit because I don't want to get too deep in that. But I grew up in Summerhill, like I said. I've seen some things in certain areas decline. For example, there were certain group homes that I saw in Summerhill, and the areas that are surrounded have decreased in aesthetic appearance, which we also know it would affect the perceived property value. So Ms. Kendra made a statement today that the value has increased in whatever areas around this proposed home, but that has nothing to do with, or that it will increase, the perceived value will increase, or the actual value will increase. That has nothing to do with any group homes that are actually there. That has to do with the market just flipping, as it hasn't flipped like this in a very long time. So the value that I have just assumed in the last however many years as a homeowner, I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned, as well as some other young homeowners that are in Cottonade specifically, because I walk the streets as well with my family on a regular basis, whether it's in Ponderosa or in Cottonade. It's close on the block that I live, well, on the corner of the subdivisions that I live. They're abutted. But the point is that they too are concerned with, let's say, people leaving, people not wanting to come because we are trending toward overcrowding these group homes in areas where it is not just aesthetically pleasing, it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. So to conclude, I'm invested. I invest in my home, I invest in my parents' house, we invest time, love, resources, and the shared goal to continue to add value, continue to pour into the surrounding communities, and not alleging that our actions or statements or applications will do that for us by just writing it down on an application and cutting and pasting. I don't think that that's adequate. I think you all are mindful enough to respect us as paying residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. How many more speakers do we have left?
5.
5 more speakers.
Our next speaker is Ms. Tammy Garcia.
Good afternoon, Ms. Garcia.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you all for hearing me out, Mayor Pro Tem and fellow City Council members. My name is Tammy Garcia. I'm a resident of Cottonade Subdivision. My concerns today are coming from me, my personal experience. I have experience of 18 years as a CNA. I've worked in several types of patient involving care. Sensitive subject. I took an oath for patient care, and I understand it totally. I love people. I love taking care of people. But my home is my castle. And I'm sure every one of y'all feel like that. When y'all leave here, you go in your castle. I do not want to look out my door and have to pass work going to work. It makes no sense. I have not limited myself as far as working with the public. I've worked with patients in group homes, with autisms, with mental health conditions, the medically ill, HIV and AIDS. I've worked with children, youth, and behavioral problems and challenges. But last and not least, I have worked with the elderly. In which one of them were most troubling, where they were always understaffed. Every one of them that I worked for, everyone. There were several occasions where I had to work double shifts because people did not want to come in. Like I said, I made an oath. If you leave them, who do they have? Where are they going? They're going out that door. They're going out to the community. And where was my first group home? It was in Summer Hill. I had no experience. They didn't care. My first job coming from Germany. Autism. Had I ever worked with them? Never in my life. That's what they're going to throw in these group homes in our neighborhood. That's what they're doing out there in every neighborhood right now. They just haven't got caught. The turnover is so extremely high. They can't keep anybody. If they get somebody, they're underqualified or inexperienced, beginning with management. The few qualified employees that they do have, they're underpaid. That's why they don't want to come in. That's why when they're there, they're there. They're babysitting. They're not doing their jobs. They're on their phone and they're watching TV. Why? Because they're not trained. They don't have the experience. Even with the staff that was on site, the client ratio was still presented with accidents that pose risk and dangers and threats to themselves as well as our surrounding neighborhood. I cannot tell you how many times in Summer Hill the police were called from staffs not being able to control patients that had strength of these artistic people, people with mental issues, they have impeccable strength. Police would have to be called because if we take you somewhere or you don't want to go anywhere to your doctor's appointment, we have to get you in a vehicle. Now you're out running in a rampage in the neighborhood. You're going in anybody's house, anybody's back door. Most of us are military. Most of us have post-traumatic stress disorder.
Okay, Ms. Garcia, is Garcia correct? Is it Ms. Garcia?
Yes.
Okay, yes, we have to wheel you back in because you're kind of going a little bit off topic. If you can just, like I mentioned before, to kind of stick with the six
group
SUP.
home. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
We are also concerned about the investment of our homes. And yes, they will plummet. And yes, there was a lot of move-outs in Summer Hill. What we're requesting to not have extra problems in our neighborhood, in our subdivision. Because as they happened in Summer Hill, they will happen in Carnade if we allow this permit to go through. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Madam Clerk, if you can call the next speaker. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Aurora Bellaville.
Hello, my name is Aura Bellaville. I live at 6306 Whitehall Drive. I am on the corner of Cool Shade and Whitehall. I'm gonna make it short because I know we all want to go home. I need to go home. My mom's at home. So the point is, we don't want that half mile. We would like you not to approve that because that's what they're requesting, for you to approve that reduction. We request that you don't approve it. We are a community, we all retired, we all military, we're quiet, and we all get along. It's not gonna be a resident that's gonna be welcomed. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Miss Janetta Holloman. Janetta Holloman. Okay. Mr. Adolph Holloman. Oh, okay. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Adolph Holloman. I live at 6232 Cool Shade Drive. I've been at that residence for 26 years. My concern is, who are we bringing into our neighborhood? Are it safe for our grandkids, our kids to walk the streets? What I'm understanding is that it's a group home. I've been hearing different things up here today. Group homes, CLC. I work at the VA Medical Center. I see patients like that every day. Okay? And my concern is, I have my granddaughter. I have 3 granddaughters, teenagers. Should I be afraid to let them walk the street? Should I be afraid that someone's going to attack them? Yes. So for me, the group home could find another home, but not in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Our final speaker is Ms. Porter.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am Lolitha Porter. I live at 624 York Road. That's approximately 1 city block away from the property in question. I'm a 100% disabled Army veteran, retired Army veteran, and I ask that you not be swayed in your approval or disapproval of this application because it is suggested tonight by the owner and that it may provide services to veterans. The application does not state this, nor is it required to do so. In our city, many businesses will loosely use the term helping veterans in an effort to tug on the heartstrings of our patriotic communities, when in fact they are of no help to our veterans. If this application is approved, there is no requirement to actually serve veterans. Our community of Cotton Gate is steps away from the gates of Fort Liberty. We are a desirable residential area because we are a quiet area of single-family homes. We are asking that you keep us that way and disapprove this application. Thank you.
We have no further speakers.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. I will go to council for any questions.
I guess we should ask the applicant if she wanted to come up and rebut
Rebuttal.
or ask of any. Okay. I think that would be fair since we have the documents, just to
Okay.
give her an
And then
opportunity.
close and then ask the questions for council?
Yes.
Okay, because they had it listed before. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to clarify, my area of expertise is not currently in this area. So a lot of the things that we have, what we were studying and have learned, for one, this facility can be licensed or unlicensed according to the state of North Carolina. I just wanted to be a good citizen and bring this into licensure. The independent living, what falls under this, independent living, adult home care, multi-unit housing with services, and veteran home. So the interchangeable terminologies, if you look under what the multi-unit assisted living, it has subtitles underneath the state of North Carolina website. And so this is no different from my client who had a house at 512 Halifax Drive where he rented out several rooms to active duty military. These are capable citizens. These are independent. I, too, do not want to lower the value of my home by having people who are felons or people who are going through different disabilities and things of that nature. It is simply veteran home that provides care and housing to former active duty veterans and in some cases reservists. And I also just wanted to, again, apologize for the misuse because, again, it is multi-unit assisted living. When I submitted the application, I was rejected, and they told me to update it to small group home, which they said it fell under. Then I was contacted on someone, and he came out and let me know that it may be room and board services just because these are people who are capable of taking care of themselves, but we're just providing food. And also because they'll be sharing, like roommate style, they don't have any type of funds to have vehicles. We don't need to change the exterior of the property at all. Like I said, it's no different from having like a Airbnb, 4 people in there, roommate style with like campus, off-campus housing where you have 4 people in the room and they share the kitchen and they share the bathroom and they're off-campus housing. Like I said, a client of mine had his house, personal house, rented out with 3 different military, and he was at 512 Halifax Drive, Mr. Grady Faber. And so it's no different from that. And so I just wanted to just shed some light on, what people may be thinking this is and what actually we're looking to do. And again, this does not have to be licensed. It can be licensed or unlicensed. I chose to take what I felt the higher road to just do that. The person that's helping me also has 5 different facilities. And like I said, it doesn't have to be licensed or unlicensed. So I just wanted to shed some light on that as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Conyers. So we're gonna move on with questions for council. The first person I have listed is Councilmember Davis. And are these questions to the, excuse me? His name was on there. Are you pulling it back? Okay, because I was going off the list that I saw. Okay. Hondros, are you good or you still have a question? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember Banks McLaughlin. I have 2 questions for the applicant and 1 for staff. Okay, I'll wait for the staff question after the hearing's closed. How many occupants is this facility proposed per your application?
It would be 5 or less. We would choose to do probably 4. When we passed the fire marshal inspection, he let us know that the extinguishers and the all the things that we did to pass the fire inspection, which we did pass, you would need to have a pull down with a glass fire, if you were doing 6 or more. But it's too crowded like we have it now. Like I said, it was formerly Airbnb. So there's a queen bed in the master bedroom, a queen bed in one of the secondary bedrooms, and then 2 twin beds in the 3rd bedroom. And so we don't want to cram 5, 6 people in there. Again, just keeping it more so roommate style. So 4 will be roughly the number.
And how many staff members?
So this doesn't require staff because it's an independent living. So you're assisting them in a sense of like providing keeping the lights on, keeping the water, keeping the fridge stocked, and a hot meal. But they're independent in a sense of like they can wash, can bathe, can a normal citizen of society, not something that's going to be, where we take care. Because again, I like I said, I'm in school pursuing my PhD, and then I also have a full business, so I don't have the time to actually have hands-on for a facility. So we wanted something that was hands-free. That's why we didn't do a group home, because it requires that 24-hour care.
Thank you. I just have one question for staff when the time is right.
Okay, did you have any other questions? Because I don't see anybody listed. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close the hearing, and then council member, did you have a question? Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Oh, what's up there? How you doing, ma'am?
Hi.
Actually, you did answer one of my questions. Your facility will be independently operated by each member?
I wouldn't say independently operated, because again, we're going to be checking in, because we have to provide hot meals, so we have to do 2 visits per day. And so it's not independently ran where they're taking care of them, like they're, running it. We're still over, kind of like, what a landlord would still do if there was a tenant, making sure you do your quarterly checks, making sure the property's not damaged. If you ever have properties on Section 8, they require check-ins and make sure there's not other people living there that's not supposed to be there. So they're not running it independently.
So you're saying that they will not require maybe a doctor or nurse to check on them periodically?
No, we wouldn't provide that, because that will go into like nursing and like 24-hour staff and like putting other people in place.
Okay. So my next question is, can you explain, I know someone explained this earlier, a high level of care from your perspective?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we stated high level care, again, this is not my background. So high level care, I'm saying in terms of like customer service, providing the housing for them, providing the assisted living, not as in caring as like this is going to be a nursing home or hospice, because that would mean I would need to come out of my profession to hands-on be there 24 hours or have someone staff, and that's more liability, that's more, just open doors for more things to go wrong. I just want you to envision like if you and 4 people who can work and can live, you just can't afford to pay an individual rent by yourself. And so the 4 of you are going to be here splitting that all together and being provided with the lights and the water and inclusion. Only thing I can think of is more so like an off-campus housing where there's that, set amount and you're rooming, boarding. So we're not taking care of you, we're not wiping, we're not administering medicine, things of that nature.
Hold on one second, Ms. Conyers. For the audience, can you guys give her respect and please kind of quiet down? Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Connors.
Yes, I was completed.
You're done? Oh, okay. So I heard a lot of the speakers mention parking, concerns with drug use, a high level of care, not enough land to facilitate this type of living. Can you somewhat address their concern? Because to me, it is saying 2 different things here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, as an owner of several real estate properties, I wouldn't contribute to the value going down or the crime rate increasing, because that affects me as well. And so drug use, there's background checks that are done, as well as like if you had a regular rental property and you had a tenant in there where you check the background and things of that nature. And so drug use, parking, we're not changing any exterior features of the home. We're not even changing any interior features of the home. It's still a single family home. and it's still going to be set up like that on the inside, there's not going to be drug use because that falls back on ownership. There will be background checks. There will be screening of the individuals that will live there because, again, that will fall back on us, more liability, more headache, things of that nature. And I also want to speak on where someone had made a comment that the police kept coming out to this residence. We had a gap between the last tenant that left and us with opening this up, and it was vacant, and a squatter broke in the house, and that was the police activity. It's never been any police activity with myself, with my tenants, with anything of that nature. It was a squatter because we had to keep this house open as the fire marshal did his inspections, as we're trying to get this approved, and I didn't put a new tenant in there. And so a squatter kept breaking in, and that's what led us to put the alarm system. So those were the times where the neighbors said the police was out. You mentioned drug activity, things of that nature. It hasn't been. The person before that was a single mom of 4 children. And like I said before, that was Airbnb. It's no drug use and no burglary beyond that.
Okay. I have quite a few questions here. They also mentioned the number of employees and the number of clients or and a concern of understaffing. Can you speak to that?
So that would be a group home. Like I said, ours is that multi-unit assistant living with services. So it would be myself, my mother, and my brother that will be running the day-to-day, providing the food that's stocked in the refrigerator, providing hot meals either for breakfast, lunch, or dinner, and providing 2 check-ins a day to just ensure the quality of everything going. Curfew is 9:30 p.m. 4 people in the facility, 3 of us that are hands-on with the assisted services, but not in terms of care or wiping of, people needing that type of hospice care or any type of things beyond just a normal check-in to ensure things are going smoothly.
Okay, thank you. Also, they mentioned a concern with someone may have a mental disability.
Mm-hmm. And like I said, we're able to do background checks. We don't want to take on more liability because those things you require more insurance. It requires people to be there more often, maybe even require for us to retain a nurse or a psychologist or whatever the case may be. That's just a lot in regards to just having, I don't want to say normal, but your everyday regular people that are veteran, have that, just are unable to rent on their own because of the prices of rental on your own.
Yes. Well, from your perspective, you're offering lights, water, and food, which means that it contradicts with what they're presenting today, or what you're presenting contradict what they're saying. So I guess me and my colleagues have to ponder on this for a second.
Yeah, and I think it was, when submitting to City Hall, they told me to put it under the small group home because they weren't familiar with what I was told of the independent assisted living multi-unit. So I did as I was instructed, changed my application, submitted it. I probably left out some spaces where erasing what I put as far as assisted living and replacing it with small group home, which they said it fell under. Because at first they were also telling me it could have been just room and board, and we read through that, and we actually sat outside and read through a number of different licensure or just subjects of what it would fall under, and they said this one was most closely related.
So you're good with what you presented tonight as far as the style, the type of facility, best to your understanding?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any more questions? Was that a motion, or do you have a question?
I want to move forward.
Okay, so there's no other questions. Well, I do have a question. Ms. Kyer, if you could come stand back up here. My question is, my question is, so that property, I'm assuming you own that property?
Yes, ma'am.
So you could actually just move 4 veterans in that home?
Yes,
Rent
like
it
I
out
said,
to 4 veterans?
it doesn't have to be licensed, so even if it was unfortunately declined, you could still move forward
Okay,
because
I
it's
just wanted
unlicensed.
to ask that question. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
We're going to go ahead and move forward. If there's no other question, go ahead and close the hearing. And after that, I'll go to you, Councilmember Hondros.
In a 3-bedroom, single-family home per code, how many non-related people can live there?
It depends on the setup. With a small group home, it can be 2 to 6.
I'm not talking about a group home, I'm just talking about a single-family home.
Right. In a boarding room home, it would be 5.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to you, Councilmember Benavente.
Thank you. I move to disapprove the special use permit for the reduction of the separation requirement between group homes as depicted on the attached site plans presented by staff based on the standards of the city's development code and the evidence presented during this hearing. That the application does not meet the findings of fact listed below, more specifically findings number 3, number 5, and number 2. Number 3 states the SUP will not materially endanger the public health or safety if located where proposed and developed according to the plan as submitted. However, insufficient evidence was presented by the applicant because of lack of specificity in the application and in their testimony on the topics of exactly what sort of professional standard training the 3 employees have gone through, any types of certifications, what hours they will actually be there operating, and whether or not the members of the group home have visitation and what sort of hours that would be included there. And thus, it makes it impossible to conclude that this use would not endanger public health or safety. Number 5 states the SUP will not substantially injure the value of the abutting land. There was also insufficient evidence presented, as the only evidence presented was renovations done to the applicant's property. That's all that was proffered. However, no evidence of impact or specifically injury to other property abutting the land was presented to include a property value impact study to demonstrate compliance with the standard. And finally, number 2, the SUP will be in harmony with the area which it is located. Competent evidence has been presented by those in opposition that this SUP would not be in harmony with the area in which it is proposed to be located because the group home would be incompatible with the surrounding residential character and additional relevant concerns. Moreover, there is an existing group home across the street, across Yadkin, and in another neighborhood entirely, and does not comport, therefore, to Cotton Aid. Thus, no such institutional grouping should be considered. I hope for a second.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Benavente. That was a motion to not approve it with the 6 findings. And was that a second from Councilmember Green? Okay, any questions on the motion? Okay, I'm calling for your vote. Oh. The motion. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Does you mind hitting mine? And I guess I have to undo. I'm sorry, we're gonna have to clear because I used your card, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm voting out.
That's what we just said.
Yeah, that's what, yeah, I think I just cleared it out.
Councilmember Banks McLaughlin, just to clarify that a yes vote is really a vote to deny, so it's a no. Just want to clarify that.
Thank you, ma'am. So again, we have a motion by Councilmember Benavente to deny the SUP with the 6 findings, and seconded by Councilwoman Green. Okay, you can go ahead and vote. to do it? Okay, the motion, was not, well, was approved to deny it, and that's 4-3, and, yeah. And again, I don't know if you guys heard me, but the motion, passed to not approve, the SUP. And also, Councilmember Hare was not able to vote because this is a, yeah, and he's on a Zoom, so unfortunately, he's unable to vote. Have at it, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilmember Banks McLaughlin. You did a great job. All right, so we are down to our last item, 11.02. Mr. Harmon?
Thank you, council, once again. Let me get to our next presentation here. So the last special use permit case for the evening, property is owned by J&D Management. Mr. Mohammed is the applicant. The requested action is for a special use permit for a large group home and a reduction in separation. Similar to your last case, there is another group home, oddly enough, within about the exact same distance, about 2,100 feet from this proposed location, which is 709 Hay Street. This is in District 2. It is a single-family detached dwelling zoned O&I, or office and institutional. This, as we get into it, I'll go ahead and mention a couple of things here. The house is under a notice of violation. They were already housing at least 10 people in the home when code enforcement found out about the home and did an inspection. And so that's how we got to this point of the special use permit tonight. The other thing I will mention as we get started is that I do live in the adjacent neighborhood. I was outside of the notification area, so some of my neighbors may mention me tonight, but I'm not within that 1,000 feet. I am outside of that, and again, staff does not make any type of recommendations on special use permits anymore. So I'll just be presenting the facts. So just to give you an idea of where the property is located, as you leave downtown, crossing Bragg Boulevard and going up Haymount Hill, this property is on the left-hand side just past Hillside Avenue. Property is currently, as I said a while ago, zoned O&I, office and institutional. And that is also what our land use plan calls for this area. Quick photo of the house as it sits currently. The house is also in the historic district as well for Haymount. Just some photos of the surrounding area as well. You've got townhomes across the street. You've got some like homes there along Hay Street. Some apartments in the back to the south, and again, like homes kind of to the east. Again, for this, you're looking at the 6 findings of fact that you'll have to approve, all 6 in order to approve this. And again, your options, similar to the last case, is to either approve the special use permit and reduction in separation between group homes, or to disapprove based on not meeting at least one of the findings of fact. If you would hold your questions for staff till after the evidentiary hearing, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harmon. City Attorney, I just need to open up the hearing, right?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. And the clerk will, call them up and do all the swearing in and all that good,
Okay,
good
want to do
stuff
that
too.
first?
Can the following people stand to take the oath? Mr. Henry Tyson, Mr. Michael Porter, John Tyson, Tim Jackson, Dave Walton, C.J. Melson, Michael A. Hogg, Grant Stefan, Mr. William Drury, Mr. Greg Schnell, and Ms. Katie Steverick. If you could all stand and raise your right hand. What's your name, ma'am? Can you check the file? No. Mm-mm.
Can you spell your last name?
Mayor Pro Tem, if
Yes,
you would
ma'am.
like, we could continue and she can be sworn in separately by the clerk at the side or something, so you don't have to hold up the rest of the hearing.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay, if everybody could raise their right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, so help you God? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
So our first speaker is Mr. Henry Tyson.
Good evening.
Good
I'm Henry
evening.
Tyson, 2336 Barrington Circle, Fayetteville, North Carolina. And I'm here on behalf of my client, Cedar Creek Crossing West, who owns several properties within the 1,000-foot notification zone. And I rise to oppose the issuance of the permit. I'm going to keep it brief because I know y'all have all been here for a long time. I have an affidavit which is signed by my client, which has the 6 findings of fact listed, and our argument's really simple, is failure of production. The applicant is charged with producing clear, compelling evidence that the permit must be issued, and our argument is they haven't. If I may approach the city clerk to hand the documents for council. My client's here to answer any questions you have with the affidavit, and he's been sworn in as well to testify.
Mayor Pro Tem, if we could just have a minute. The clerk has you listed as a proponent, and I have information from an email earlier that is not the case.
No, ma'am.
So just want to get that squared, and as I understand it, the applicant is here. So I just need a minute, Mayor Pro Tem.
So I guess what I'm hearing is, and I did hear him say that, so he is in opposition and not, okay. So what I would say is, it's a long night. So let's just take a recess for about 5 minutes and we'll move
And
on.
I'm
Let's
sorry,
get it
but-
right.
Yep.
That's fine.
Okay, if everyone that needs to be, that was just sworn in, we are going to do a do-over. Okay, so if everybody can stand up that needs to be sworn in, and I appreciate everybody's patience, but we want to make sure we get this right. So everybody that was sworn in 5 minutes ago, please stand back up and we're going to swear you in again so we can get it for the record.
Okay, if you could all raise your right hand. We have Saeed Mohammed, Michael Porter, John Tyson, Tim Jackson, Henry Tyson, Dave Walton, C.J. Malson, Miss Malika Hogg, William Drury, Mr. Greg Schnell, Miss Katie Steverick, and Casey Benenda. Is there anybody that I have not called that's signed up? Okay. All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, so now I'm going to open up the evidentiary hearing.
And our first speaker speaking in favor is Mr. Saeed Mohammed.
Good evening.
Council members. My name is Saeed Mohammed from Fresh Start Housing. Said property is 709 Hay Street. I am a veteran who served in the U.S. military. Currently, at this property, we have military veterans that are staying over there. I would like to clarify. When we were putting in the application, we were told to put it under large group homes. This house and the individuals that are in there is rooming housing. So these are individuals that are just occupying the rooms. They are able individuals who get up and go to work. So these are regular American citizens who get up and go to work. It's just that they need some kind of affordable housing. So this is an affordable housing. This is rooming housing. So this is not an assisted living facility. This is not a group home that we provide medication, or these are able citizens that most of them are working. I'm a veteran. These individuals are veterans. Behind this property is commercial properties, apartment complexes. So for us, we saw that if there are apartment complexes right behind this property, then it's okay for us to house individuals in these rooms because, you know, we got a lot of people staying behind the property, apartment complexes. So that's why we never saw the need, you know, to get any special use permit or anything like that. So we had the code enforcement, you know, come in there to take a look at it, and they said we require a special use permit. These are individuals that are able. Most of them don't have the credit worthiness to be able to go rent an apartment, buy a house, and they are also deserve a place to lay their head. So our housing program, that's what we provide. To my left of this property is an Airbnb bed and breakfast. I own other properties that are bed and breakfast, but this property that we are housing right now is rooming rental. So we are just housing veterans in there. I'm a veteran myself. Individuals that are staying there are long-term tenants. They are staying there, they are able, most of them get up in the morning, like I said, and go to work. To the other side of my property is, a bed and breakfast. With bed and breakfast, you can have anyone living over there, someone coming out of town, because I own some and I know how bed and breakfast, you know, is being operated. With bed and breakfast, it can be any person coming out of town, anywhere, staying over there. We don't even have any issue with that because I even have some, and I know that, you know, sometimes it's able to support people who are coming out of town. The other property to my left is also kind of housing, rooming something. I don't even know what it is, but we don't have any issue with the other properties that are beside us. Behind it is apartment complexes, and these are a lot. There's a lot of people staying in apartment complexes over there. So when we look at our property and what we are doing in there, I would say the special use permit complies with all applicable standards, conditions, specifications in the ordinance, including section 30-4C. Second, the special use will be in harmony with the area in which it is located at. The special use is not materially endanger the public health or safety. The special use is in general conformity with the city's land use plan. The special use complies with all other relevant city, state, federal laws and regulations. So these are just, regular, hardworking individuals who got out of the military. Some of them don't have the credit worthiness to go rent an apartment, and they deserve a place to lay their head to. They've served the country. It's just that they made some bad financial decisions that don't allow them to be able to rent an apartment. They don't have, some of them are on a fixed income. They are not allowed, they can't go rent an apartment because they don't have the 3 times the rent to be able to rent an apartment, 3 times the rent to be able to rent a house. It's only single occupants only. They are renting rooms over there, so it's just room rentals. So I just want to actually clarify that. When we were putting an application in, we were told that I just put it on a large group home, but these are able individuals, get up and go to work. It's right close to the bus station. Most of them just get up and just catch the bus and go to work. Some of them have to go, if they have to go to the VA hospital, it's right next to Ramsey Street. They just catch the bus and go to work. So it's very convenient, and it's in it's in downtown. It's right there. So that's what we provide for these individuals, and it's very affordable, and it's helping them. And like I said, behind the property is an apartment complex. A lot of people staying over there. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Henry Tyson.
So, what I'm getting asked on that, you are in opposition. We are now at the opposition point.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Henry Tyson, 2336 Barrington Circle, Fayetteville, North Carolina. I'm here on behalf of my client, Cedar Creek Crossing West, who owns several properties within the 1,000-foot notification buffer. We are here tonight to argue in opposition, and our argument's pretty clear that the applicant has failed to meet his prima facie showing. As council is aware, the applicant carries the burden of production, and within his application packet, there was not any clear, compelling evidence that was produced. To that end, I have an affidavit that's been prepared by my client who's here tonight to answer any questions you have that I'll circulate to the council now. I'll give y'all a second to get a copy of all that. So a couple observations that I wanted to make, and we'll go over the 6 findings that are contained in the affidavit. But you'll notice in the application, You'll see the applicant listed not only as the project owner and the project contact, but as the electrical contractor, the mechanical contractor, the plumbing contractor, the I think that's it, the mechanical, plumbing, and and as a general contractor. So as we reviewed the application presented, we didn't see any credentials which would show that the applicant is licensed in any of those areas. But going over the 6 findings, the special use complies with all applicable standards, conditions, and specifications in the ordinance, including in section 3-4C, use-specific standards. And you'll see that our argument's pretty clear here is, you know, the entire reason that this council has a requirement to bring this before you to request a buffer exemption and to have this as a special use permit is that it is special and that it does require your consent. It's not a use by right. And so that was not addressed in the application. The actual response by the applicant to that was just that each individual is assigned to a room in the house. There wasn't any evidence to show that they had met the standards, conditions, and specifications included in section 30-4C. Moving on to number 2, that it's in harmony with the area in which it is located. Our contention is that that the applicant failed to meet this standard by showing clear, compelling, convincing evidence. So the current area, as stated by Mr. Harmon, is a designated historic district. And the argument made by the applicant is, well, there's apartments in the area and there's other commercial properties in the area, so that allows for a group home. And the argument would be, if that were the case, council would not have enacted a policy that requires an application to be given and for the consent to be given for a group home to be here. So the whole very nature of the fact that there is a special use permit that is required in an O&I, we believe demonstrates that it is not within the harmony of the area, and we believe that the applicant's response to that question failed to meet that standard. Item number 3, that it will not materially endanger the public health or safety. And couple of comments about that. The applicant, having the burden of production, didn't produce any traffic studies showing that the curb cut and the existing driveway entrance would be adequate for a large group home housing. Did not show any recommendations by NCDOT that there had been any conference with NCDOT showing that the driveway would be adequate for the applicant's intended use. And so our argument would be, again, that the applicant failed to meet that standard and that, you know, there could be a potential safety hazard here, as this is a major corridor going through and connecting our historic Haymont district and our historic downtown district. Item number 4, the special use is in general conformity with the city's adopted land use plans and policies. And the response was that we are located in an O&I zoning, which again shows that the applicant is speaking to the zoning classification, but not speaking to exactly how it is meeting with the land use plans and policies that have been adopted by this council. So we contend again that the failure of production on item number 4 is also present. Item number 5, the special use will not substantially injure the value of the abutting land, or the special use is a public necessity. Again, this council has actually ruled in the past that in order to show changes in value of surrounding property that you either had to have a broker's price opinion of value, or it's actually held the standard even higher, and y'all have actually said, no, you got to have an appraiser that can speak to whether or not the value has been harmed. And again, that burden of production is not on the opponents, but it's on the proponent to prove that they have met that standard. There has not been any evidence presented to you to show what the effect will be on the value of the adjoining properties. So our contention again is that the standard 5 has not been met by the applicant. Lastly, number 6, the special use complies with all other relevant city, state, and federal laws and regulations. And this is where I'm going to lead you back to the original application. Remember I told you that the applicant put on the application that they're the general contractor, that they're the electrical contractor, the mechanical contractor, and the plumbing contractor. And we would contend that, if the applicant can produce that they're licensed in all those fields, then again, that statement may have relevance, but they still have failed to show that they actually meet all the regulations that are required by the city, state, and the federal laws and regulations. My client is here, is willing to answer any questions about the affidavit that you have before you, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Tyson.
Our next speaker is Mr. Michael Porter. Michael Porter.
Councilor Porter is at the Spring Lake meeting.
Okay. Okay, so you're the next speaker, Mr. John Tyson.
Good evening.
Good evening. Mayor Pro Tem Jensen, my name is John Tyson. My wife and I own properties under Cedar Creek Crossing West that are located at 100 Robinson Street, 102 Robinson Street, 600 Hay Street, and 645 Hay Street. All 4 of those properties are within the 1,000 feet, and we received separate notices for each of those properties to be here. Today, before noon, I had submitted the affidavit that you have to Mr. Harmon, and I am here to answer any questions, but I would move that affidavit is under oath, and I would ask that it be moved into the evidence tonight to be considered along with any other testimony that is before the council tonight. Henry has gone through most of the 6 qualifications that the applicant must produce substantial evidence. We feel like in the affidavit that in opposition to the petition, we have refuted or called into challenge all 6 of the required findings. Henry went through a lot of those, but Hay Street, as we know, is a 4-lane street. It's a major corridor. It's a major gateway to the city. Mr. Harmon also told you the property is in a designated historic district. So all along Hillside Avenue are single-family homes. A lot of those homes are also landmark homes in addition to being in a recognized historic district. The size of this property is 1/3 of an acre. That's about 13,000, 14,000 square feet. If you have 10 people living on 13,000 square feet, you have to question the amount of traffic that's coming in and going out of one single driveway permit that is on Hay Street. Also, we have 2 hospitals. They're located within that 1,000 feet. The former Highsmith Rainey at top of the hill and the existing Highsmith Rainey. The property that we own at 102, 100 Robinson Street, that's on the corner, right up 2 blocks. That property is under lease and being renovated for a mental health facility that is a state agency. that is a political subdivision of the state of North Carolina. So we have provided our parking and access and means in and out of our properties. And we would respectfully ask that this petition be denied, and we would ask that we would incorporate the responses that we put in the affidavit. I'll be available for any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tim Jackson.
Good evening. I'm Tim Jackson. I'm a real estate broker here in Fayetteville. I own Signature Properties. I also own Signature Custom Homes. I'm licensed in both of those areas, and currently I reside at 645 Hay Street. As y'all will know, is the Stone Manor that is owned by Cedar Creek Crossings. Before I get into moving with my information that I was going to share with you, I would just like to propose that perhaps you call the applicant up and let him just withdraw. He said very clearly he didn't have a group home. So we're here debating an application that has no relevance. So I'd like to just pause for a moment. I think it's within the order of this group that you can call the applicant up, let him withdraw, and we can all go home. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Dave Walton.
Good evening. I'm Dr. David Walton. I live at 203 Hillside Avenue. I've been a resident there for 15 years. I, too, am a veteran, and that's been presented as some sort of a credential this evening. I'm not sure why, but I am a veteran. And I want to be clear that this is not a veteran's home. There may be some veterans residing there, but it is not a veteran's home. This is not some goodwill mission of patriotism. So just to note, to put it in context, the reason that we're here is because the applicant is already in violation. They didn't volunteer to come here and ask for your permission to get this special use permit. They were found in violation and have to come here and now ask for your permission. I would note that unlike the first case today where we were asking, where the residents were concerned that there was the potential for miscreants to come in and live in the home, we don't have that concern of that potential because they're already there. All 10 residents are already there, not all of them veterans. I'm certain there's a few veterans there. And we know that some of them are sex offenders. And we'll present that, my neighbors will present that to you. So I think that's relevant. And then I would just close by noting that when we opened the hearing, we had pictures of the residents, and it looked very, very nice. I would invite you, after you vote no this evening, to drive by the residence and take a peek at what it looks like now. And it does not look like the pictures. The fence is unsecured from its foundation. The beautiful wraparound porch on the historic home is a storage site for junk. The trash cans are clearly centered in the front yard, and there's a vehicle parked on the lawn. So if you're just on one aspect alone, is the property in harmony? I think it's pretty clear that it's not. So thank you.
Miss C.J. Nelson.
Good evening.
I'll keep this very brief, seeing how we're all prefer to be at home in our pajamas. I live at 215 Hillside Avenue. My name is C.J. Molson. I have resided on Hillside Avenue for over 25 years. My home is indeed designated historic home. The current separation requirement ordinance has been broken by the investors that own the property. They stand to make an enormous profit by operating a group home currently with a number of sex offenders recently released from prison as inhabitants. One of these men having been in jail for over 20 years on a sexual offense. My question is, why, as an historic community, would we want an ordinance change that could possibly lower the historic standards and our property values, as well as bringing potentially dangerous individuals into our neighborhood? The company that owns the historic home is the only one that this benefits with this change. They are already in violation of the ordinance. Why should our neighborhood bear the brunt of their breaking the law? We have the right to live in a safe community. Investors only have their own best interests in mind. On a personal note, as a survivor of rape at 13 years old, the idea of having these men live right at the end of my street is very upsetting. So that's my personal note on this. But if you don't think that people are in danger by allowing this ordinance to pass, you are sorely, sorely mistaken. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Hogg.
Good evening.
Hello, my name is Michaela Hogg. I live at 109 Hale Street. I come before you today as someone who I'm fairly new to the community, fairly new to motherhood as well. But we love living here. We love being able to walk downtown Fayetteville. We love being able to get a drink at Gaston Brewing Company. Like many others, my family chose this neighborhood because we fell in love with the historic character in each home, and we wanted a space for our children, and many of us have grandchildren. We wanted a space for them to play freely in their yards so that our families could walk downtown, enjoy dinner and a show. But the recent proposal to house convicted sex offenders and pedophiles in our neighborhood has shattered that sense of security. This isn't about denying anyone a second chance at existing. It is, for me personally, about protecting our most vulnerable, and that for me as a mother is my child. I want to keep this very, very short for everyone, but in preparation for today's meeting, I read through the 2030 Growth Vision Plan from the City of Fayetteville's website. I believe that Fayetteville's long-term plan is to maintain neighborhoods as vibrant, safe, and family-friendly. This plan emphasizes developments that foster community cohesion and maximize the vitality of the area. This vision plan prioritizes developments that align with the residential character of our neighborhoods. And I believe, based on the 2030 Growth Vision Plan, that this proposal by the applicant does not meet that standard. I'd also like to note that the Growth Vision Plan calls for developments to enhance residential quality and promote livability. This proposal would deter families and businesses from investing in this area and contradict the city's broader objectives to create thriving, cohesive communities. Research consistently shows that properties near sex offenders decline in value. My fellow neighbors and I have worked very, very hard to invest in the historical integrity of our homes. And we believe as a community that this proposal threatens our financial stability if and when we were to ever sell our homes, as well as our sense of security as we raise our families. This rezoning request must also comply with the state and local laws regarding the placement of such facilities near sensitive areas, including schools and parks. Even if the minimum legal standards are met, and there are many people in my community who are lawyers and who are well versed in these types of discussions, even if these minimum legal standards are met, the spirit of the law, versed by members of the council today, is to protect communities. Many of us in my neighborhood have either had attempted break-ins or people have come and stolen cash from our vehicles in the last month. Placing this group home, in a blossoming historic neighborhood with families is inconsistent with the overarching principles of the public safety and integrity outlined in city policies. It is for these reasons and for reasons that will be discussed, that why we as a community do not believe that this is to be in the best interest of the city of Fayetteville to approve. Thank you.
Mr. William Drury.
Good evening, Mr. Drury.
Hello, how you doing? My name is William Drury. I live at 210 Hillside Avenue. I've lived there for 19 years, and I'm here to celebrate my birthday with y'all. So,
happy birthday!
Thank you. But I'd like to address the distance requirement. We as a city have distance requirements for a reason, and what kind of precedent would we be setting if we arbitrarily let people who don't meet the setback minimums to do that? So going forward, and as other people have stated, the residents there are, two of them are on the SBI's sex offenders registry, one being pedophilia with an 8-year-old. I have two 12-year-olds, and the bus stop for my kids is right on the corner across the street from that house. So, and the other one is a convicted rapist, and so that's not something I want to have exposed to my children. And there's some other points that other people have made, and I'm not going to take your time with that. So, thank you.
Mr. Greg Shell? Is that right? Okay, thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I wanted to thank Mr. Harmon real quick. He did answer about 25 questions I had prior to the meeting this evening. One of the things I wanted to point out, city planners recommended at the beginning of this meeting that they wanted to reduce the special use permits by 50%. And so that's what I heard. And so I'm just kind of curious, why even entertain the idea from the beginning? But anyways, I was a little bit eager. I got to be honest with you. I was a little eager to hear the case management plan for this group home. But now that we know that it's not a group home, there is no case management plan, and that comes from my background as a social worker. So I've been in Fayetteville for 20 years. I went to Fayetteville State. I got my bachelor's, my master's, and so I've worked in the group homes. And one of the group homes I worked in, we had over a dozen males come through that group home in the first year. Not one successfully graduated the program and entered independent housing. Whatever metric we were using, they didn't successfully complete it. And that was with active case management. That was with me going above and beyond for those clients. And so from that perspective, again, I was eager to hear what was the plan for this house. But then now we find out there is no plan for this house. We're going to do whatever we want. We've done whatever we wanted from the beginning. So like Mr. Jackson said earlier, I think it's pretty clear. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Miss Katie Stevek.
Good evening.
Good evening. I will keep my remarks very brief. I know we would all like to be home asleep. My name is Katie Stevick, and not that it matters, but my active duty husband, Michael, and I own the McPherson House Bed and Breakfast at 701 Hay Street. And we also own the land between the bed and breakfast and 709 Hay Street. He would love to be here, but he is home with our 2 young children who should be sound asleep. The property manager compares the number of tenants to our bed and breakfast next door. And I wanted to note that when we purchased the bed and breakfast, it had been vacant for years, falling into disrepair. We restored it, and we increased property values to create a welcome, safe, and vibrant space, not just for our guests, but for the entire historic Haymountain and downtown community. Events like Cookies with Santa, which we host every December, are part of our efforts to strengthen our neighborhood and highlight Fayetteville as a vibrant destination. I want to be clear, I'm not opposed to the idea of a group home for veterans or individuals with disabilities. My concern is specific to this property and how it has been managed so far. Currently, it's rented to multiple individuals, as we've heard, may or may not be veterans, but it's clearly not a group home run with the intention of aiding people with disabilities. It's simply meant to be rented to multiple people who may not be able to qualify on their own. And at least one of whom is a registered sex offender, which is a huge concern to me as a parent. My staff and I, so personally, we have experienced harassment from these tenants next door. They catcall us, they whistle, they say a lot of inappropriate things. We do our best to stay clear, but they smoke and drink on the porch, and they throw trash and liquor bottles into our yard. Also, one occupant told me he had just lost his job at the Waffle House, which raises questions about how this property is supporting its tenants. The property itself is not in habitable condition, with windows that don't open, active plumbing leaks, a myriad of issues. This lack of oversight reflects poor management, and I'm deeply concerned that this pattern will continue if the permit's approved. So as a business owner trying to market Fayetteville as a vibrant tourist destination, it's challenging to maintain that image when our immediate neighbors behave this way. So in closing, I'd urge the council to deny this permit unless the applicant can demonstrate a plan for responsible management and clear accountability. The property really has the potential to contribute to our community, but only if it's run in a way that respects its neighbors and embraces the area. Thank you.
Ms. Casey Benita.
Good evening. Glad you made it up here.
Yes, me too. Thank you for having me. My name is Dr. Casey Benander. I am a doctor of physical therapy, a business owner, a real estate agent, an investor in historic downtown Fayetteville, a military spouse of 22 years, and a mother of 4 children. I'm speaking here with several of my neighbors. As you all have known and heard us tonight, I will try not to be redundant in what I have to say. We do, as a group, very much support efforts that are properly supported and socially congruent with programs for people who are in need of support. I'm a therapist. I do this on a daily basis. Based on the available evidence, I don't believe that is what's happening at 709 Hay Street. In speaking of the neighbors who reside on Brants Lane, Hillside Avenue, Hale Street, Athens Avenue, and Hay Street, I'm here to present our case and why this special use permit should not be approved. Having just recently completed my own zoning request, I am familiar with the application and all of the components that we've discussed tonight. I was surprised to review this particular application to find the brevity of the answers that not only Judge Tyson, but also Commissioner Tyson have outlined for you. From our understanding, there are the 6 standards that are in place for this to be properly met and approved by the council. I'm going to address 4 of them. The standard that the special use permit will not materially endanger the public health or safety if located where proposed, and to develop according to the plan submitted. As you've already heard, 2 of the applicants inside the, or excuse me, not the applicants, 2 of the people being housed inside the home are on the sex offenders list, which is also across the street from a current bus stop. There are several children that come in and out of the bed and breakfast next door, as we've all seen the lovely opportunity that we have been provided in downtown Fayetteville with that bed and breakfast. The group distancing requirements from another home also present significant challenges inside that I'll address later. but the safety of the residents inside the home and also the neighbors are at risk. Speaking of the 2 sex offenders involved on that list, there are distancing requirements separate from the distancing requirements that are in place, and those requirements are in place for a reason. It is to protect not only the neighbors of the residents outside the home, but also to protect the individuals inside the home. If people are truly on a path to healing and they are truly on a path to trying to repurpose their life, they don't need to be present in a situation that would tempt them or create problems for them as well. The standard use permit must be, the special use permits must be in general conformity with the city's land use plans and policy. The city has indicated their revitalization and downtown protection plan includes the revitalization and protection of their historic properties for the advancement of urban design initiatives. The initiative includes improving walkability, downtown gateways, creation of a downtown district, and downtown living. The city cites those specific types of residences as apartments, condos, townhomes, and single-family homes for this purpose. A group home does not conform. Additionally, the property is zoned office and institutional. It is being used predominantly as a residence and in a group home setting. Therefore, it does not conform to begin with the original zoning that's in violation. The distance requirement between group homes are also being violated by the special use permit because if the city approves it, they are setting a precedent to ignore the city's own zoning objectives and the downtown initiatives and the distancing requirements that have already been set forth. The standard that the special use permit will not substantially injure the value of the abutting property. As a real estate agent, buyers will express a lower valuation of properties located adjacent in proximity to group homes. This is one of the reasons the distance requirement is in place. It's to protect areas from devaluation. If you congregate several group homes in the same area, you will generally devalue an area. As mentioned, there's been no proof of an assessment or any type of land valuation that has been brought forth to dismay this idea. Finally, the special use permit complies with other city, state, federal laws and regulations. As mentioned, it's our understanding that there is no effort to properly run a rehabilitative group home in this area, nor is the applicant even in compliance with the current zoning or the current requests made by the city council. The number of violations committed at this time is just unknown. For these reasons, I and the members that I represent are opposing the special use permit request at 709 Hay Street. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to confirm that Mr. Grant Stefan is not here. Correct. Great. Thank you. We have no further speakers.
Thank you. Does any member of the city council have any questions for the applicant or any witness?
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, just to be fair and consistent, may we invite the applicant back if he has any rebuttal or anything that he would like to say before we move on?
Absolutely. Thank you, City Attorney.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I would like to answer some few questions. The first one, in regards to the application, when we were putting in the application, to our best of knowledge, with the mechanical and electrical, I'm not certified or licensed electrician or mechanical, mechanical or anything like that. We hire all these individuals to do the works. I flipped houses here in Fayetteville. I do a lot of construction work. So to my best of knowledge, I put in that because when it comes to electrical, HVAC or anything, we got licensed electricians and licensed HVAC to take care of that. So that's the reason why it was put in like that. I'm not licensed, but if we need special work like that to be done, we got qualified licensed technicians that will be able to take care of that. The other question was, other issue that was raised was a sex offender. The individual was a veteran. He served in the military. Unfortunately, he had that situation. Currently, as we're speaking right now, the individual is even in New Jersey right now because he was on probation, and he has been able to be cleared to be able to leave the state of North Carolina to go back to New Jersey. That's his hometown. So that individual has even left the property as we speak right now. But the individual was over there supervised we take care of this property. I myself and another operational manager, we run through these houses all the time. So these are not houses that we have left for people to do whatever they want. There's security cameras in front of the house, at the back of the house. Lawn are being cut. We know it's in a historic district. We take care of the lawn. There's no car parked on the lawn. That is a complete lie. You know, it's parked at the backyard. There's only one car. These individuals get up, they walk to the bus stop, catch a bus, and go to work. These are law-abiding individuals. I own multiple Airbnb properties, and I can tell you when someone is coming to stay in an Airbnb bed and breakfast, you don't know who is even coming to stay over there. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know the people who are booking my Airbnb that are coming to stay in my property. I have no idea. They book as a family. They can be sex offenders. They can be murders. You have no idea. As an Airbnb host, I own multiple properties, and I can confirm that. So for someone to raise an issue like that is a little bit, ridiculous, because these individuals are being supervised. They are law-abiding individuals that wake up and go to work. They are not causing no chaos. They are not harming anybody. So they are not causing any chaos in the area. Law-abiding veterans, citizens who get up and go to work. They just need, some of them need second opportunity. They've messed up in life, and everybody needs second chance. Not all of them, some of them. So for us to just look down on these people, and then they will end up on the street, and that's going to cause a big problem for the city. When all these people are left on the street, there's a big issue with homeless population here in Fayetteville. We got to do something about it. Someone got to do something about it. We got to help these individuals. We got to give them a second chance. For us to just neglect them and push them on the street, that's not fair. Some of them have served in the U.S. military. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. So I am going to go to Councilmember Davis.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Before I make a motion, I do have a question for the applicant, sir. If you don't mind, come back up. Based off of the information that was provided today, you are aware that you are out of compliance. Were you aware of that before you got here?
Yes, I didn't know that we require special use permit. I didn't know that.
At what time were you notified that you were out of compliance?
Code enforcement came to the property, and that's when they notified us, and then we strictly, acted on it by trying to, get in compliance. So when we were notified, we are on our feet. We had to start doing the right thing. We had to start, not that we are doing anything wrong. We are just housing people. So we are not doing anything wrong. But if code enforcement told us that we need a special use permit, we acted on it. We do the right thing. We put in an application to appear before the council members to be able to get our application approved. So we wasn't doing anything illegal. I own multiple properties. We house different people in other, Cumberland County over here.
Okay.
So it's not like we are hiding anything, doing anything illegal. We didn't know we were required because, like I said, right behind this property is apartment complexes. Gotcha. There's a lot of traffic even going over there.
Okay.
Bed and breakfast. People are coming in and out from out of town. So I don't see the reason why. Yes, we were notified that we require a special use permit. That's why we are here.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, are you good?
Yes. Council, you can have a seat, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We do have another question.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I do. Councilmember
back to me.
Benavente, I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I don't know if you have to close the hearing so I can ask Mr. Harmon.
Yes, so does anybody have any questions for the applicant before I close out the hearing? Okay, we're going to close out the hearing. Councilmember Benavente.
Mr. Harmon, I'm trying to understand when you show that map of the 1,000-foot area and the other group home in the area, I see that is the reason why. I'm seeing it used in two different ways. It's being argued that therefore there's something in the area that is like it, but at the same time, the ordinance says by virtue of that, another group home is now impermissible without a SUP. So how is it that it's being used sort of to argue both sides?
That's a good question, but also remember in this case, unlike your previous case tonight with a small group home, with the large one, the large group home, even if there was not another group home within that half mile, they would still have to have a special use permit to operate. So
I got you, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying in this case, it's a graph or a map that you showed. When you're talking to people about this, I mean, the first line in this application and the last one, but this one, as it's the relevant one, says the same thing, that like, oh, it's within the characteristics because look, there's another group home right here, but that's also exactly why they have to go through this process. So is it really a pro or a con? Okay.
I guess that's a decision for
Understood.
this council.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So if there's not any other questions, Mr. Harmon, I have a question. So to piggyback off of Councilmember Benavente, regardless if it was a small group home or a large group home, it's within the half a mile. Correct?
Yes. Yeah, this
Okay.
one's there's another group home within a half mile of this.
Correct. So, which was the exact same for the last one that we heard. So, my question is, a large group home, what is the maximum of a large group home?
That is actually an excellent question. You mean how many people can they house? We don't have, it's more than 6 people.
But so I do know, and I keep hearing reentry. I've heard reentry, second chance. So, we've been down this road before. So I know that the city council put in an ordinance that it couldn't be over 30. So as we're sitting here talking, I would say if this is approved, it's anywhere from 6 to 30.
Currently, they have 10 or so living in the home. That's all.
But my question is, it could be tomorrow, it could be 20.
It could be more than the 10 that are currently living there.
Again, then the next day it could be 30. Okay, thank you. Do I have any other questions? All right, I will go to Councilmember Davis.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Based off of the information that was provided today, I would like to make a motion. I would like to move that we deny the special use permit for a large group home based off of the evidence provided. I will read 3 of the findings of facts. Number 1 is that the special use complies with all applicable standards, conditions, and specifications in ordinances, including in Section 330-4.c, use specific standards, and that the proposed use does not conform to all the applicable standards, conditions, and specifications of the city's UDO. Number 2, that the special use will be in harmony with the area based off the evidence provided today, that the adjoining lands are bed and breakfast and attorney's offices and retails and professional use, not group homes. And there's already a group home within 1,000 radius of the property. And then number 6, the special use complies with all the other related city, state, and federal laws and regulations. Based off his application, he provided yes that they will comply, but he did not provide evidence to show that they will comply with any state, city, or federal law regulations.
Could I get a second? Do I have? Is that you, Councilmember Benavente? Okay, I got a second from Councilmember Benavente. So just before we take the vote, yes is to deny, no is to allow. So I'll call for the vote. All right, that is unanimous with those that are present. Motion to adjourn. Thank you.